What now? Yes, please.
Come, there are important matters to discuss.
If not over, then through.
I shall be here in my camp. For there are many answers to that question. None are important.
There is a great divine energy indeed, but the source is unclear.
For a mere pittance of coin, most willingly, forsooth. Suspicion always haunts the guilty mind. My services are all that I can proffer thee. What thou wilt do with them is for thee. Should thou or any of thy compatriots perish, I will cleave soul, because it is my calling. There is little else to explain. Very well.
I've known a few warlocks in my time. Talented. Your enterprising approach to... I do not yet need to consume an item, but keep...
Think of it as tribute. The kind that, as long as I pay, that
I can assure you, the battlefield would extend well...
The Blade of Frontiers at your calling. Carla, one of the... I can't bear to imagine the lives... A powerful friend with a keen interest in... privacy.
all right. Anything more we should discuss?
A most vicious one. It's made from pure bloodstone, carved from the Galena Mountains just north of the Moonsea. But that story is reserved for lifetime friends and...
Tiny grooved spider across the ice surface. It resembles a sending stone used to confer with distant contacts.
A sending stone?
His breathing quickens, his jaw tenses. A strange sensation courses through you, and your companion's mind unfolds, secrets half revealed. You focus on the source of the power, but it is quiet and still. It needs to rest.
Gladly.
Anything more we should discuss?
My father once said, one does not pursue a so it was for me. I found him in the fields, flanked by goblins. His mother's... I don't remember much of the battle. But I remember drying the boy proud. No. Angry at the monsters preying on innocents. Angry at the so-called good god. Angry at myself that the frontiers demanded a blade. And so I heeded. And it's nice to meet someone having a worm with you as my ally. The future looks a little less daunting.
So, we're traveling with the famed Blade of Frontiers. Oh, what's to tell? I'm a magistrate back in the...
The Blade of Frontiers. Let's hope Will lives up to his name. We'll need... Fine. What's on your mind? I suppose we'd go our separate ways. Not a slight on your company, of course. Perhaps. Perhaps not. If we do survive, we'll have... There's someone waiting for me there. Someone I have to reach. As soon as possible. Thank you. And you're right. It's a delicate matter.
You don't sleep well. Maybe you...
Shit.
There, in the dim firelight, you see him for what...
If I just had a little blood, I could think clearer. Fight better. Please, no. See you in the morning.
You watch him
Keep your distance, darling.
Can't give up now. Breathe deep and move.
Apart from an overgrowth of moss, the well looks unremarkable. Dry stones line the wall, but the darkness below is in... The coin disappears into the well. After a moment, you hear a soft clink, not a splash.
Best not touch those webs or I'll end up as a meal. I'm ready. Whatever it takes. Might be useful.
Still alive. So that's progress. Moving in.
Something didn't like that.
This is good.
I'll do it my way. slaughter. Time for a new purge.
Let's make this quick.
Time to push my luck again.
Let's spill some blood. Let's do it.
Feel my mistress's wrath.
No choice but to keep going. Checkmate. All right, what now?
You have my attention.
Go. A quick rummage.
No one's stopped me yet. No time for mercy. Swift as my feet can carry me.
I can keep going a little longer now.
Well, hello. Neither seen nor heard. Move unseen.
One with the weave.
Torment! What do I have to lose? Blood comes easy these days.
Time to kill.
another step forward.
I cannot die. Please help me. To cure you.
Let's have some fun.
Unleash me.
Let's finish this. Take you. Take you.
I must heal.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
To cure you.
Let's have some courage. Now they see me. I don't fancy their chances.
My iron is hot.
Can't give up. Time to meet your maker. Take you.
Moving.
May the dice roll in my favor.
Need to stay focused.
Let's go. Swords meet sorcery. One day I'll catch a break. To kill you. I cannot die. Please help me. To cure you. The dance macabre. Knight to King 5.
I'm ready.
I must heal. No time for mercy.
Can you feel death's cold grip?
Better than nothing. One day I'll catch a break. I feel a breeze. I wonder what's down there.
Mind your footing. The bones of the careless are probably littered down there.
Look at that.
Someone there?
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. No time to rest.
I wonder what the next move is. Let's see what we have here. Let's try this way. A lock? How tempting.
What a day. Easy.
Can't afford to stay idle. What are you hiding?
Simple.
get going. Have to keep going. Looks empty.
Dwarf better! Dwarf sweet like honey. Must you? This innate shadow.
Something in this heap. Gotta be something in this heap.
Something over there.
Amicus animalis.
Oi! Thicko! This here's off limits. Get to the main gate, or I'll plug you full of arrows.
Don't touch me. Time for discretion. Nice and easy.
from there!
These big folks guard the place themselves. Next time, Grib will be on guard duty. Right, boss?
Still breathing, despite everything. Light on my feet.
Careful, I bite. Like a wraith.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
Calm and quiet, that's the way.
Silent as the grave.
What are they doing over there? Chasing birds?
You filthy bugger.
Oi! Get down from there! Let's have a little fun.
Absolute blessings!
Leave no trace.
Cloak and dagger, my favorite.
Go for the throat.
Got to focus.
Cover me! I'll get the alarm!
On my way.
Tolerable. There's blood in the air. Come on then.
Talk to me.
May the gods take you first.
A war drum. One of those can summon fighters far and wide.
A tale for the ages. Danse macabre.
Just like old times.
Have to keep going.
Never a dull moment. Don't waste a step.
I speak, they burn. It shall be done.
Let's find some prey.
On my way.
Stay at my feet.
Let me recite their demise. Don't know what hit.
The subtle approach.
No mercy.
all that matters.
Quite exhausted. A good night's sleep would do me wonders.
I'm ready.
Onward then. Just check for anything useful. Now, what might you be hiding?
You know, I was just thinking about you, remembering our little encounter in the night. The very same. It obviously put me off your neck, but now I can't help but wonder how the others taste. Not that anyone's volunteered. It's just an idle fancy. Oh, you're a sweetheart. But you don't need to worry. I'm just thinking out loud. Take Gale, for example. He strikes me as someone whose blood is rich, refined, like well-aged brandy. But Shadowheart, I have no idea. How do you think our little enigma would taste? Oh, well, that sounds very appealing. I'm almost convinced. Absolutely. A mere thought experiment. So, in the spirit of theoretical questions, if you had to take a bite from one of them, who would it be? Oh, I'm flattered. Who knew you had such taste? Unfortunately, all this talk is getting me hungry. I better find something I can actually sink my teeth into. There's nothing that tasty lurking out in the woods, but I'll...
Should mind my step.
Might as well take a look. Worth grabbing. This way.
Is that blood? No, never mind. need to find a way forward.
Hear my voice. Obey my command.
The voice is irresistible. You recognize the overwhelming authority that you've used on others, only infinitely stronger, and turned against you. Your vision clouds, leaving you in a dark, featureless shadowscape. Nothingness in every direction. Then there are 3 figures before you. An armored male elf, exuding power and command. A handsome younger man with a quick, easy smile. And a pale young woman with even paler eyes.
These are my chosen. They speak for me. Aid their search for the prism, and you will be worthy to stand beside them in my presence.
You feel energy pulsing from the artifact, lifting the pain from you, pushing the voice away.
My power grows. My forces gather. The reckoning draws near.
Don't give me that look. I don't know what just happened any more than you do. We should keep going.
I don't know what that toy of hers is, but I'm glad it's on our side.
I think that was the Absolute speaking to us. But we managed to shield ourselves. We should keep moving. I don't know. Not exactly. All I know is it's important I get it back to Baldur's Gate. At any cost. I suppose, if we're to continue together, I may as well tell you. I served. A group of us was sent to retrieve the artifact. I can't tell you anymore. This mission required utmost secrecy. We all submitted to having our If I reach my contact in the city, I'll have my memories restored. There.
You worship Shah? Blimey. She and my beloved Mistra are not exactly friends.
No need to thank me. This is out of pure necessity. Pure desperation, in fact. There's nothing...
A power, the 3 figures in the vision, the chosen are searching for it. With the cultists' aid, you have evaded them so far, thanks, it seems, to the artifact itself. Shadowheart has made her position clear. She will see that it is taken, but you still do not know what it even is.
Trust me.
Keep that bird away from the merchandise. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense.
Capture themselves
Be
apart.
headed. Goblin.
You look like you got something jingly. Looking to spend it?
Fake as a blade, the glory. Or be you beheaded. Goblin kind will tease you and throat you. His name is Ragnar, his voice absolute. To disarm you and draw you the truth. Not dare recoil of you. Just dawning with goblins and trust. Straight forward, so quick. The true souls are coming. The sounders of the Apollo. I come and light of great glory. Fake is king in the quarry. Or be you beheaded. Goblin kind will tease you and feathered. His name is Draw, voice absolute. Will disarm you and draw you the
I've got other cut.
recoil of you. And New Ages, with fabulous crown, with scepter abraid, draw Ragslin, Suffolk of the in burnt to ash. The captives were many. Goblin kind had reduced them to cowering filthenny. So raise it, your goblets, and drain them with pride. Draw Ragslin, the true soul, had let you glide.
Who's that? Friend of yours? You up to something?
Oh, certainly not. What are you doing? I'm busy here.
You lying.
To you? Never. Come, let's continue. Draw Ragslin, draw Ragslin. I am draw Ragslin. Tumptuous. Draw Ragslin.
You broke him.
Wait. Draw Ragslin. We pay. We.
Come on, pigeon. Back to your cage.
Now look what you've done. Of course.
My name's Gribbo, idiot.
Fool me.
We have to find Halcyon before it's too late. I doubt these goblins care much for their prisoners' welfare.
So, I'm shooting arrows for this
Dedicated to her.
This other guy.
And now it's a nest for some big goblins.
In the
A fitting end.
stops bleeding. Just stands back up. Excellent.
Enjoying the view. Looking tasty in these new breeches, ain't I? Proper stylish, ain't they? Nicked 'em off this dwarf we're cooking. Dunno. Was already had a couple of coins in the pockets and some after him. But that's all. Sure you can.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
Really? Oh, shite! You might as well use it as bog roll then. I'll get back to tending the meat.
No go inside. Inside.
Oi! Ain't no party in here. We're doing the Absolute's work. State your business. Now.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority. Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. It's taking something you'll never get back.
Oh, beg pardon. You must be here to join the other true souls. Please, go right ahead.
Seluna. As if mingling with a horde of goblins wasn't bad enough. Let's do what we have to do, then get out of here. Good.
Maybe we'll pay him a visit in return. That'll be some real fun. Do you hear the Absolute's voice?
Smells like
Now here's somebody special. The Absolute has touched you, hasn't she? Priestess Gut needs to touch you too. Hold out your arm so I can mark your flesh. Let's the faithful recognize one another quick sharp. That way nobody'll mess with you. And it's charged with magic. Ordinary slobs can't see it, only us that follow the Absolute.
Charged with magic. Perhaps that explains the ease with which these goblins submit to true souls.
You ready? Brace yourself. This'll sting. Hold still.
As pain muddles your thoughts, your minds become entangled. A familiar sensation. She, too, carries a parasite. Darkness seems to swallow the temple, leaving you with a vision of the goblin priestess receiving instruction from a handsome young man, one of the chosen. The vision dissolves away. You stand before the goblin priestess in the temple once again. Her faith floods into you, a tide of shuddering ecstasy. Her tadpole nestles within that mania, secure, hidden.
I feel you in there, digging around. Works both ways. And I saw some weird shadows swimming around in your head just now. Maybe I can help with that. Us true souls gotta look out for one another. With the Absolute's will, I can fix anything. Let's deal with this in my chapel. It's private. Don't want this lot interfering with true soul business.
Oi! Priestess! The mark.
Why do they think they're talking to a god?
Ain't we good enough for the Absolute? Perhaps that's how we would have ended up had our Nautiloid not been attacked.
That the jingle already... You recognize the crest she bears, the winged serpent of the Zentarim. Half weapon, no judgment, no right and wrong, just good deals and bad. That a problem for you? Pleasure.
Oi, come here. I ain't ready to clear your head. Whatever the Absolute tells me to. Don't worry, she loves. Don't want a crowd of gawpers. Everybody else needs to leave. Ready to clear your head. Don't want a crowd of gawpers.
My faith protects me. No time to waste.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting
Ready
times.
to clear your head. Smart. All you need to do...
Psionic feelers creep across your mind, like a pickpocket's fingers seeking flaws in fabric. Sifting deeper, she sees the mind flayer holding a wriggling tadpole, and then the vision lurches. And you are looking through her eyes.
Hells! We need to fish that thing out before it eats any important parts of your brain. Don't you worry. I've got everything I need to fix you. Might get a bit messy. You won't regret this. Being a true soul, you know. So drink this. It'll purify ya. It's a liquid blessing. It'll cleanse you. And it tastes better than that rock gut at the party. Sweet dreams. I'll see your ugly mug on the other side. Wakey, wakey. Don't bother struggling. You ain't going nowhere. The Absolute wants to know all about that critter in your head. So stop. I know that much. And I know what happens next. Your teeth fall out. Your skin. Stop it! I'm gonna keep you here so I can see every gory detail and hear every... Not lightly. You're forgetting one, but you go...
You test the weight of the chains, looking for weak points.
Very well.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Oh, beg pardon. You must...
Salute. Let's do what we have to do. Good.
They're just having a bit of fun.
Do you hear the Absolute
Smells like
voice?
burnt.
No, Priestess Gut needs to touch you too. Hold out your arm. Maybe you don't need it.
She probes your mind. Darkness. The vision dissolves away.
Maybe I can help with that. Us true souls gotta look out for one another. With the
Oi! Priestess!
Affected
We
like
want
us.
the mark.
Why do they think they're talking to a god?
Ain't we good enough for the Absolute?
That's how we would have ended up.
That the jingle of already. You recognize the crest she bears. The
No judgment, no right and wrong, just good deals and bad. That problem for you? Pleasure.
Oi, come here. Ready to clear your head? Whatever the Absolute tells me to. Don't want to cry. Ready to clear your head?
They won't know what bit them.
Well, so much for peace.
swiftly now.
Got to concentrate. Let me strike true.
Can't even catch my breath. Time to press ahead. Secure. A rough tempest I will raise. Indeed.
What should I do?
Let's play.
Well, so much for peace. Victory is assured.
Let's end this.
Feel their anguish. Into the shadows.
No choice but to keep going.
have to keep going.
One can't always be a gentleman.
Sounds like fun. Ready or not?
Time to push my luck again. Swift as my feet can carry me.
No gloom, all doom. Don't get too close. One by one.
Good riddance to that grimy wretch.
looking ahead.
Strange power resonates within the corpse. It calls to you. Your limbs move of their own accord. There's something of value here, something your mind craves. Why let its host's memories go to waste? The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience could nourish you, strengthen you. Your muscles loosen. The tadpole breaks free of its deceased host. Your mind is your own again. For now.
Time to press ahead.
A long way to go still. On I go. Worth a rummage? Might find something useful. Might as well. What do we have here?
What's that?
Very well, then. That thing is small,
And I am not. Not a sound.
to dally. Got to keep moving.
What path lies before me?
What's next, I wonder? On I go.
On the hunt.
What fools these mortals be. To the fray.
Can't afford to let up.
Have a lot on my mind. Well, in it. These boots have seen everything.
These goblins have blood on their minds. I am leaving. I suggest you do the same.
Your stealing has caught someone's attention. What will you do?
Now they see me.
Oh, feel rotten. Quite exhausted. A good night's sleep would do me wonders.
Best be on my way.
No, no! Please! Don't hurt me! I can't tell you where the grove is. Please! If they find out, they'll kill everyone. Halsin, I don't know. He changed in. That's all I know. Please, get me out of here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The lock clicked.
I should be able to make it to the grove on my own. They need to know they're in danger.
The grove. To the east. They wanted to know where we came from. It's called the Night Song, but they ambushed us.
didn't think a pack of goblins. I don't know. He just said some wizard called Leroic should be here somewhere. He said the place was supposed to be abandoned, but when I'm not sure. Brian, I have to go. I have to get out of here.
There is work to do.
What to do?
And aren't known for their cleanliness, but by mistress, man, that is most gratifying to hear. May I? Thank you. That hits spot. I can feel it work. The magic, it's a metaphorical demon, I haste to point out, but no less dangerous. And no less bound to wake up again to continue its ravages. Such is the nature. Oh, it's not. Sincerely, though. I bow.
never wanted the easy path.
A little boy.
Keep a blade close.
Never a dull moment. With haste.
Yes. A timely intervention. Look at that. A joy to see a I guarantee the story of your daring rescue of my person will live on for eons. Ah, what's a bit of battle between Allah? Tell me where we can meet each other once we've slipped the goblin yoke. And I'll offer much. What? By design, my friend. How? I dare say the experiment has proven most fruitful, too. I'll be happy to share my findings once we've found somewhere safe to parley. An invisibility potion, my friend. A bit less refined than your mendacious methods, but by smashing, I'll slip.
Don't linger.
Where do I go from here?
Let's see.
With haste.
Let's move. Into the shadows.
Let's go. Need to find a way forward. Creator. Destroyer.
Certainly. Make it hurt.
Don't waste a step.
Let's find some prey. Make it hurt.
Light on my feet.
The weave. Of course.
Got to press on.
Time to move. The subtle approach. This will do nice.
6.
I'm ready.
Delicious. Dead. Seems these true souls have their limits.
I'm done. I can't wait.
What's next? No time to waste. I'll give it a try. Better take that.
At least things have stayed interesting. Another step forward.
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Onward. Ever onward. Let's see. What am I to do? Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Ah, an excellent choice.
I have to survive this.
Time to kill. Quietly.
Secrecy above all. I see a way. With you.
Much longer will this take?
Still breathing. Everything. I'll strike you down.
Break them.
Allow me to demonstrate. Pawn to cleric 4.
Can't give up. Take
Time for some bloody... My way.
I'm ready. Yes, here.
Destroyer. Please, Mistra.
What should I do? Have to keep going.
Breathe deep and move.
Let's turn someone inside out.
I don't fancy their chance.
About.
Interesting. Seek and you shall find me. My. Right away. Very well. Easy enough.
Moment. How much farther can I go?
Praise his ever-leaning axe. Praise his throw flaming iron. Praise Maglobiet.
You know Maglobiet, a tyrannical deity who treats blooded followers as slaves.
Into My prayers? Still real God? You're as good as the rest of them. Yeah. Don't matter to me if it's Shah, God everyone's praising is gonna trample all over our gods and our faith. Yeah. My old the great absolute brings us together. Brow, nose, and it's a load of shite. Well, sod. You think that
Color me curious.
A better position. Know what bit them.
On I go.
Worth the cost. Take me on.
unleash me. The lesson is death.
Have a lot on my mind. In it.
Could be interesting.
Yes.
In for a surprise?
No time to rest.
Watch your back. Tread carefully. Ready or not, the element of surprise.
No one's.
Got to keep fighting.
Enough wits. Let's get going. These b****s mean everything.
do people do this all day? Very quiet. Gently.
You sought a fight, and now you have one.
This way. Stay at my feet. With haste.
These mortals be?
Ready or not?
Lovely day, this. But now... Of course. Yes, why not? Interesting. Something over there.
So, he'll just consume less as quirks go? That's a new one for me.
Charmed, I'm sure, here. On it. That way. Consider it done. I wonder who or what those chains are. Sydney.
Looking ahead.
Hello. One step at a time. All right. I wonder.
Salutations. That ill-sized hole. Onward.
May the darkness protect you.
Let me work my magic. Good find.
Something over there.
Yes, of course.
So, we have moving plates and some symbols. With pleasure.
You seem to know a good deal about our condition, Gale.
Everything, really. Not to put too fine a point on it.
Humble specimen, aren't you?
On occasion.
Interesting. Yes?
Direct. I have forth.
Goblins are such...
Looks like a trap.
No. Should be easy. Over there. How about this?
My, what manner of place is this? A path to redemption? What would suit the mouse smile? Then, well met, I, Raphael, very much at your service. Charmed, I'm sure. Wish. Come. There, somewhere.
The House of Hope, where the tired come to rest and the famished feed lavishly. Go on. It might just be your last. Call it what's better than... Am I a friend? Potentially. And because my compassion is... I fix it all like that. Try to cure yourself and hope. Such it. One might... I'll be there.
You're breathing, despite everything.
What have we here? Here.
So that's brilliant. Let's... Can't even catch my breath. Slow down. Swords eat sorcery.
Concentrate.
Shouldn't have lived in more interesting times.
What have we... Let's crack it open.
Ready and willing. Certainly. Something over. Big to get through there. Let's take a gander.
To the shadows. I don't care what others say about the Underdark. It's beautiful down here.
I'm used to a crypt's gloom. This is something else.
looks mightily unpleasant. With fungal spores. Must be myconids nearby.
Slender drow blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent vigil.
Way to the nearest library.
A slender blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent vigil. You can't recall anything this esoteric. There are too many rituals of swords to count. No matter how you grip or tug, the sword...
Faith will guide me.
A slender drow blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent... This blade was a war sacrifice to Elis Stray. Blood only be honored with blood. The drow script inscribed on the blade flickers and glows. It rises from the stone, hanging in the air in silent offering.
Is that blood? No. Should mind my step.
That voice.
They're coming. They're coming.
You can listen when you want. It can get the hells.
They're coming.
outmaneuver them.
Survival is all that matters. Hope your soul is in good hands.
Need to stay focused.
Let's go.
Need to act fast. On I go.
Time for a new. Onward.
Let's finish this.
me everywhere. I speak, they burn.
My faith will protect me.
Let's get this over with. Gone with the weave. My honor.
Let's end this. With you.
And worse.
What were they doing here?
Something over there.
Curiosity must be satisfied.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
I can keep going a little longer now.
Not as bad as it could have.
A dull crystal glowing only faintly. You heard its like described before. A memory shard used to store brief mental impressions from the user's mind. The crystal's glow swells, drawing you into its depths. You are transported somewhere deep, loud, and hot as the hells themselves. Within the Underdark's bowels, beyond an ancient stronghold, hovers a giant hammer, waiting to fall. An echoing clang, and you're back to yourself, left only with a
Curious.
Time for some bloody work. Have to keep going.
Trust no one. Step lightly. don't mind if I do. A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors. It's mine now. A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors. Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us.
Let's try this way. Can't afford to let up.
it.
Shall we cut and run? Excellent.
Need to stay focused. Fading fast. I need healing. Let's get on with it. Onward. Something deep. I'm not going to last much longer.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. Scorched ground. Better watch out.
I must keep going.
Watch the shadows.
The air is ripe with magic. The path less traveled.
Can't give up now. What path lies before me?
There's no time to waste.
What a day. On my way.
Elminster's not around, so might as well.
Careful, I bite. Step quick. I'll just help myself. Very well, then.
Another day, another fight. Allow me to demonstrate.
Heading there. Time to deal some punishment.
How delicious. What's in here?
Another step forward.
Shall we?
Time to push my luck again.
My faith will protect me. On the move.
It's but a word away.
all the... If I don't get my beauty sleep soon, I may just get a tad malcontent.
You've made a grave mistake.
And juicy.
One can't always be a gentleman.
These boots have seen everything. Let's go.
Yes. May the dice roll in my favor.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Can't afford to let up.
Keep your distance, darling.
Ready for you.
I came just in time. You are transforming.
Yes, you have. I saved you before. And I'm here to save you again. Don't worry. You will not become a mind flayer. Not while I'm around. I'll protect you. We haven't much time, so listen closely. There is great potential within you. It comes from that parasite. Your instinct is to resist the power it gives, but you must accept it, nurture it. I will keep it from consuming you, but for the sake of both of us, you must learn to wield it. A fight for the fate of Faerun. A fight we are losing. For now. You can change that, but only if you embrace your potential. go. The enemy is closing in. I will be back. Wake now. You'll feel better. I promise.
Quite the co- I was just settling in and reviewing my... Why, the druid Halson had some kind of mind flare specimen in a jar in his quarters. Here, on the Sword Coast. That can't be. You're either an excellent storyteller... Tell me, have you noticed any residual psionic malaise since the alleged encounter? Illithids, a technical name, form a hive mind. One shouldn't be able to hear their dark whispers unless... Are you familiar with the process of theromorphosis? That is what happens when a mind flare parasite... I can't... As there's not a tentacle on your head. If what you say would... You, isn't it? Perhaps... If I just... Oh, my dear sweet gods! I mean, yeah. I'll need to research the particulars, however. Quite the cozy setup you have here. Not yet, I'm afraid.
I had someone tempted. No good ever came from trusting honey-tongued strangers conjured up by illithid worms. Well said. This dream figure is no... We can learn a lot from fairy tales. Do not trust Raphael. Refuse him. No matter how tempting the offer, no matter how delicious the feast he lays out for you, the cost will be... That's because you still have hope. He'll require of you only and then require. You might think you'd give up any, but the devil won't take just anything. He'll
Light up my feet.
Grab your bags. We're moving.
A scout just reported. The goblins' leadership has been decimated. And I hear you are the one to... I took a collection from all of us. It isn't much. It's not enough.
House, I believe he's catching up with...
No armies at our heels. But perhaps we need not speak of farewells. We'll join your camp tonight to celebrate if you'll have us.
Break camp fast, remember. Find the river.
We're ready to head to your camp. Are you?
So it's true. You scattered the goblins. Peace as am I. Of course. Keep.
You took it upon yourself to undertake the rite of thorns. I ought to exile you from this place. Forever. Instead, I shall listen to the explanation that you owe me.
I owe you nothing. Goblins swarmed us like roaches while you stumbled after the past. You chose to abandon us. I chose to protect us.
Silence! The rite has been ended. I will allow you to stay, but consider yourself a novice anew. You have forgotten the ways of the druids, our place in the natural order. You shall learn it all once again, right here. Backslide, and nature's fury will crush you.
As you wish, Master Halsin.
A misjudgment. One that should weigh heavily upon her. You will soon see why. But enough of the grove stands. Nature prevails. I owe you thanks. And an introduction. I am Halsin, first druid of the Emerald Grove. And I sense you have a problem you seek my help with. It's true. I can feel it right now. Oh, Father, preserve you, child. But something's different. You're aware of the monster inside you. You don't bow to the Absolute like the true souls do. How is this possible? Perhaps. But I wouldn't want... Someone is using very powerful magic to modify the souls. They're using them to exert control over the infected. I'm sorry to say, I can't undo that magic. I can't cure you. But that doesn't mean I can't help. At the Goblin Camp, I hoped to find a way to remove the tadpoles. I failed, but I did find the best thing. I found out where they come from. I will do what I can to help you. Let us speak tomorrow. As for what you've done for the Grove, speak to Wrath. He will give you your reward. The journey to Moonrise Towers, and all the dangers that entails. But that's tomorrow's problem. Takes...
Then banish me. When the coming
Keep a blade close. Oh, for a skeleton key.
I've got a long road ahead. Best be on my way.
There's fighting. You run. And do not stop. For anything.
Time, everyone. Let's go. Where did you get your camp? Are you?
Think of a spot in Baldurs Gate.
Exactly. All of our getting stashed away for the journey.
I'm glad you didn't.
Campfire, remember?
I hate.
You do good work. Always a deal to be done. Even now. Try not to die up there. This is just waste of.
Collectors in the city. They'll pay a good coin for it, I swear.
Don't touch me. A crooked touch. Yes, let's.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. Can't slow down.
You've done it. No. Thanks. I cannot imagine taking on a camp full of goblins was as simple. Fair enough. I promised you a reward. Let me show you on your map where you can find the cache. Place it among... Now that how I hope whatever rot was lurking in her. By your efforts, Sylvanus' grace can be restored to the grove.
Peace.
You did this grove a great favor.
Peace is returning.
I think it's high time you all left. Our sacred grove has sheltered you enough.
Within the inner sanctum, of course. It is not for us to fight your battles, I assure you.
Blessed day, you kept your word. Thank you. And bloody hells, but here. A parasite. Take it. It might be useful. This one is a true soul parasite. It can enhance you. You can absorb its potential. Open your mind to it. You already know how. Don't worry. You won't come to harm. I'll protect you. You are not ready. That's all right. But try to overcome this resistance sooner rather...
You know, if that parasite isn't to your taste, I don't relish the thought. But if you're going to just leave it sitting in your pack, well, one of us should try it. Oh, I have my reservations, no question. Second, there's a non-zero chance that it'll turn me into a purple. But if it doesn't, who knows what kind of power we could unlock? And power is always worth it. Because it's just something to...
We're a long way from Waterdeep.
Let's go. Let's give this a try. Most excellent.
No time to rest. Never wanted the easy path.
They look like dark justicians. The Grove sported some rather interesting murals, I must say. They just reminded me of something half forgotten. It seemed to depict Lady Shah's warriors in combat. I hadn't known they were active in these parts. You know me. I'm not usually one to elaborate if I can avoid it. They looked like dark justiciars, an elite force among Lady Shah's ranks. Only the very finest proved themselves worthy of the title. What right-minded servant of Lady Shah wouldn't? But it's a distant dream. The Dark Justiciars have been silent for years. Curious to see them depicted in such a place. Perhaps there's more to it. But there's nothing to be done about it just now. I'm sure you do. But please try to understand that it's not something I can just talk about freely. Very well. Perhaps there's potential in you. I am indeed a disciple of Shah. I assume you've heard of her? Curious. I think I did well by joining you. Most agreeable company.
Won't work.
Never a dull moment. Best be on my way.
again.
Talk to me. Strike hard, strike fast.
Be quick.
Try something else.
Have a little fun.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Watch your...
I wonder what the next move is. I'd better take a peek. No time for Danny. I should take that.
Yes? Let's explore.
Disappointing?
Someone there? Let's go.
I applaud your taste. Mine for the taking. Most excellent.
Mr. Edwin C. A., welcome to the Sean Ryan Show.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Looking forward to it.
Man, I have been looking forward to this interview for a long time. Ever since you kind of popped up on my radar with Joe McMonagle, brought you up several times, and his wife, Scooter, and eventually connected us, which I'm super thankful for. And man, I'm just totally fascinated with this subject, with remote viewing, ESP, Stargate, and so I want to say thank you so much for coming.
You're most welcome. It's a pleasure to find someone with the excitement that you already have for this discipline, because that's rare in this country for sure.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know. I think it's a growing subject again then, because I see a lot of people that are interested in it.
Well, you probably have heard that it's the work of the devil.
Don't get too excited.
I've heard that several times.
Yeah. Just a brief anecdote on that. I had a contract from the Air Force, about $1.5 million, and a nameless senior Air Force official said, "That's the work of the devil, kill that program," and they took the money back.
Really?
Yes.
Didn't even want to look into it?
Nope.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because we're not the only ones looking into this, from what I understand. The Russians are.
Yeah.
Who else is looking into this?
Actually, there was a Hungarian fiction writer by the name of Arthur Koestler. I don't know if you've ever heard of him or not. When he passed away, he bequeathed a huge sum of money to Edinburgh University in Scotland to do research. And when they first started that, they did a worldwide search to be who would be the first professor to occupy that chair, and an American won that search. Bob Morris is his name. And he moved to Scotland, and everybody was nervous at the university about all this weird stuff. But he became head of the British Society of Psychology, not parapsychology. He spawned about 100 graduate students in PhDs in parapsychology. And then Edinburgh University wasn't, in fact, proud of this, and it was on the front page of their website. So it's an amazing school in Scotland today, even.
How many governments are looking into this? Are you aware?
Certainly the Russians are. Hungarians are, with not a lot of effort. There's a big effort going on in Brazil now, and in Rio.
Brazil.
Yeah, and of course Scotland. And Derby in the UK. A number of schools. What is it at at Greenwich University, there's a group doing work there.
Who would you say is maybe on the forefront of this?
Right now, beside our group, you mean? Seriously, I would say at Monroe University. They're doing very, very good work.
Monroe? I'm sorry.
Monroe Institute? They don't do parapsychology research there.
I missed. I didn't hear what you said before.
At Edinburgh University, they're doing excellent work there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to dive in. It's, like I said, I'm fascinated. So kind of how I want to do the interview is we had spoken at breakfast about a kind of an aptitude test. Am I correct on that?
That's a good way to word it, yeah.
On if somebody may have capabilities.
Call it remote viewing.
Remote viewing.
Yes.
So it's an aptitude test for remote viewing. So I think that would be a great way to kick off the interview.
Okay.
So we'll start there, and then we'll get right into kind of how this popped up on your radar and how you eventually became the director of the Stargate program, which I got to be honest, I can't even believe I'm sitting across from you right now. So super fascinating.
Well, thank you.
But you know, everybody gets a gift on the show. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not.
So there's yours.
Oh boy, is it edible?
It is edible. Go ahead, dive in there.
I was just being goofy about it.
Go open it up.
Oh, okay.
Little something for the ride home. Those are Vigilance Elite gummy bears.
Oh my goodness.
They're legal in all 50 states.
Oh, too bad.
And
I
they're
was
made.
hoping for
My pleasure. On it. What's that? All right. This will come in handy.
Somebody doesn't like visitors. Easy.
These things have stayed interesting. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Puke sting.
Let's hope for gold. Should be easy. Don't linger. Something over there.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Someone there. Let's be quick. Well, hello. Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us. Let's crack it open.
And they're made right here in the USA. So
Fantastic.
it's a
In
little
Tennessee, I hope?
Actually, they're made in Michigan. Hey. But
Thank you, that's kind.
you're welcome. So we'll kick it off with a introduction, and this might take me about 30 minutes to get through because you have such a extensive background. So
Okay, go for it.
here we go. You hold a degree in experimental nuclear physics, the executive director of the Cognitive Sciences Laboratory, previously part of the ESP program at SRI International, that's Stanford Research Institute. Spent 49 years studying psychic research. You were the previous director of the U.S. government's program to apply ESP to matters of national security interest, also known as Stargate. In 1996, you founded Laboratories for Fundamental Research, which is still active today, the author of over 90 peer-reviewed papers and over 300 technical reports. You've given public talks about intelligence collection at the World War II famous site Bletchley Park in the UK. Presided over 70% of the funding, $22 million, and 85% of the data collection for the government's 22-year involvement into parapsychological research. Accumulated over 12 years experience in experimental nuclear physics research, fluent in a variety of 3G and 4G computer languages, including F, Fortran, IDL, Visual Basic, MATLAB, SQL, and various machine codes. Traveled often to Moscow beginning in 1992 and has become friends with the U.S.'s former enemy, the KGB. I can't wait to dive into that. And your colleagues are physicalists that consciousness is emergent property of the brain and does not survive death. What am I missing?
No, not a thing. Well, one issue how Stargate came into existence, the name, because that was the last of about 7 or 8 names preceding it.
I've always wondered that.
Yeah. The one, I walked out of the Pentagon with a colonel who was in charge of all this stuff. And he said, guess what? We've changed the name of the project. It's now called Quantum Leap. And he said, do we have to? Quantum leap progress is the smallest possible progress is above 0. Stargate was
Someone's
born
left
as a
a trap
result of that.
Wow, wow. Why did they change the name so much in the beginning?
Well, because these were unclassified names, and it's part of security. Keep it secure.
Someone's left a trap out
There was Center Lane, Grow Flame, and a whole bunch of stuff like that.
Interesting. I'm nervous about this test I'm about to take.
Oh, don't be. It won't hurt at all, promise.
What if I flunk it?
Probably will. Most people do. Don't worry about it.
Oh, man.
Now, I want to give you a little background about it. When we humans, and I presume you're human, some of my friends are questionable in that with regard to me, but most humans have multiple conversations going on at the same time in their head. You're worrying about the lighting and all that, and you're having a conversation with me. I'm thinking, well, gee, what am I going to do for dinner? And I hope this thing doesn't go too long. That kind of internal conversation. But it's not relevant for what's going on at this moment, so we edit it out of our what comes out of our mouth. We all do that. It's just part of being human. And so why not allow someone trying to be psychic to do the same kind of internal editing? So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what a potential remote viewing target is not going to be. For example, if you get a picture of your mother cooking a hot apple pie and it's cooling on the counter in the kitchen, please don't tell me about it, because there's no food in this target pool. There's no indoor sites that is covered. There are no people here. There are no buildings. There are no inside shots, and so on. There's no shovels and things like that. No transportation devices. All that stuff, if it comes in your mind, just don't put it down on your paper. Don't tell me about it. Other than that, it can be anything outdoors. Period. Anything.
So it only outdoors stuff.
A chill runs up your spine.
So
There is
that
something
allows
wrong
you,
with it.
it worked beautifully for us to allow potential participants or subjects, if you will, to have that internal sensor. It reduces the background noise substantially and allow what psychic ability can emerge from the noise.
So so when I'm about
Some healing for a wizard in
from
need.
the exterior or that's outside.
Yeah, and I have a stylized interview with you about that to aid that. I don't know what the target says. The concept is called double blind. You don't know what the target is. I don't know what it is. And in fact, when you remote viewing, it hasn't even been chosen yet in the computer.
Victory is assured.
So I can't cue you in some way.
With glee.
Maybe we're riding a camel across the desert, except there are no animals. Thing is,
Blood comes easy these days.
That's, the whole idea is to just reduce the internal noise. Also, do not expect a much extravaganza between your ears. Most people, even our most, like Joe McMonagle, say it feels like he's guessing sometimes.
Okay.
So it's not a vivid thing, which we'd like it to be, but it isn't.
Would it be better to explain the aptitude test before I take it or after?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Off we go then.
I would like to talk about what I'm about to do.
Okay, go ahead.
Or should we just do it and talk about it?
I think let's
afterwards?
just do it. We'll talk about it afterwards.
Here we go.
Yep.
Moment of truth.
Well, it's some moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I draw with do I close my eyes?
No. Hang on. Well, I'd like you to just write your name and the date and time anywhere up on the corner somewhere. It doesn't matter where you put it.
What is today? Today's May 9th.
May 9th, and it's about...
Chill runs up your spine.
35
You
after
feel like you're being watched.
Noon. Now, like any kind of a job, I have to instruct you what it is I want from you. So when you're ready, I'll give you what's called the tasking.
The place has a quiet sense of calm.
Okay. Let me know when
You
you're
can't
ready.
see anything strange.
Okay. Sean, please access and describe a photograph I'm going to show you in about 15 minutes or less from now.
Okay.
The idea is to put down whatever pops into your mind first. So don't think.
Whatever pops into my mind first.
Subject to the conditions we mentioned. And you can tell me as you write it. You write it in words or draw pictures, or build it out of clay, or whatever you want to do with it. Doesn't matter. So you're thinking about it. Don't think about it. Just respond to it.
Sheep's voice warbles. You realize it's trying to say bar. Wheezing, the sheep backs
came
away.
To my mind first.
Which is it?
Should I tell you what I'm drawing?
You can show it to me even.
Should I keep drawing?
Well, no. Just
All right.
capture what your experience is. Okay, that's a circle out on top of a point. Is that what it is?
That is a pyramid with the moon above it, and then this is some kind of...
All right.
I don't know. I was envisioning some kind of like circular, maybe cloud
Fair enough.
above it.
Don't go into that detail.
Okay.
Suppose you could sit on top of what you call a pyramid and gaze out in front of you. What do you see?
It can't be animals, can't be any of that.
I don't want a crumb left
What does
on
the
that
landscape look
plate,
like?
girl.
Auntie Ethel, please. One more bite, and this pie is gonna come back up to say hello.
Don't make me get the wooden spoon.
Excellent.
You're eating
Let's
for
take a
two,
short break
so
here.
get to it.
We'll come back to it in a moment.
If it isn't my favorite flower,
Interesting thing about
welcome
break
to Auntie
is
Ethel's.
we don't want
Come
to talk
in,
about
come
what your
in.
experience is. or
Feel
anything like
free
that.
to
We'll talk about something
relax
else,
yourself
like, what are you
and
gonna
have a
dinner? What
cuppa.
movie did you recently see? Did you see? I don't know. Did you see? the
God's
Oppenheimer
grant
movie
me
at all?
patience.
That's a strange
Eat
movie.
up, Mayrina.
Don't go.
I won't say
tell you
it
a-
again.
Is this the Civil War movie?
No. This is over the Manhattan Project. Oppenheimer built the atomic bomb.
Oh, yeah. I can't believe I just... See, I'm not letting go of what I'm...
None that I couldn't handle, precious.
So I
I was hoping you'd pay me a visit. You see, I do more than lotions and potions.
Movie called
People in dire need travel from all over
Faerun
Faerun to see little old me and you, Petal.
Okay, let's get
Well,
back to it. I'll
you,
recast
that
you.
wriggler swimming in your brain juice is a bit of an inconvenience, isn't it?
And I want to get on record by saying the interview procedure that I
Quicker
learned,
than you can say
that I'm using
yes.
with you,
What do you say?
to a great deal I
Want
learned
me
from
to
Mr.
take care
Russell
of the
Tarr.
little
He was
bugger?
brilliant at that job, and I honor him for teaching me that. Excellent guy.
A devil?
Look
Spare me.
around. War,
Blathering
inflation,
windbags in love
recession.
with the
Did
sound
you know
of the
that
voices.
Experts call gold the
I'm the
everything
safer
hedge.
bet. Plus,
gold often
you'll get
goes
to
far
keep your
beyond
soul.
hedging against inflation or the stock market. It can potentially guard
Well,
against
that depends
today's
on the
wars in
job.
Ukraine and the Middle
Removing a
East.
parasite
Not to
is no
mention
small
the
feat.
great economic
But I
danger
like you,
of a
Petal.
recession lurking.
So-
That's why gold just hit another
One of your
record
pretty
high.
little peepers.
And central banks keep buying gold at a
pluck
record
it from
pace.
your head.
Join the thousands of
Kiss
people
it
who
for
have
luck.
called Goldco
Then
their number
back
one
in it
rated gold
goes.
company.
Won't take but a
Diversify
moment.
your money with
That is my
time-tested
price.
assets,
Nothing more,
physical gold,
nothing
and
less.
silver. Today, Goldco is offering up to 10% instant match and free bonus silver with a qualified account. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD and see if you qualify to get your bonus silver today. Once again, that's 855-936-GOLD or visit SeanLikesGold.com. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making any investment decisions. Today's show is sponsored by HelixSleep.com. Sleep, especially as you get older, is critical, especially that deep, comforting sleep. Go to HelixSleep.com and take the sleep quiz. I took it and was matched with the Midnight Lux. Helix knows that everyone's unique, so they have several different mattress models to match based on your body type and sleep preferences. Once you match, your mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. When you receive your Helix mattress, you'll be amazed at how well you'll sleep. And if your back needs some extra TLC like mine, you'll love their hybrid design that combines individually wrapped steel coils in the base with premium foam layers on top. They have a 10-year warranty and financing option, so a great night's sleep is never far away. Helix Sleep is also proud to support our active military service members, veterans, military spouses, and military family members with exclusive discounts on promotions on Helix products. Helix is offering up to 30% off all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for our listeners. Go to helixsleep.com/SRS. That's helixsleep.com/SRS. This is their best offer yet, and it's not going to last long. With Helix, better sleep starts now.
Okay, onward. So, retasking. Sean, please access and describe a photograph in drawing or pictures or words about a photograph I'm going to show you, say, 10 minutes from now. Go for it.
This is a different one.
Nope, same picture.
What if something different's in my head?
Write it down. Helps if you write words to help me understand the squiggles that you draw as well. What you got?
I got a house, which is actually a concrete house.
Okay.
A big pond.
All right.
And then just vegetation.
Excellent. Okay, and now we're going to cut the session off now.
Okay.
Why do you think I'm doing that?
Exercise is complete because I'm drawing something completely different than what I did before.
Well, no, I'm doing it because we like as humans to fill in the blanks. Well, there's a house there must have XYZ on it, or that pyramid must be whatever it happened to be. So we'll call a stop to it. And I now do a look. The job comes to me. Now, the target has not yet been chosen. I have no idea what it is. So I'm going to analyze your results. Bear with me 1 second here, a little bit of homeworking here. This computer, oddly enough, is very slow. May I have the sheets, please? Thank you.
A touch, but sure, you've 2 eyes in your skull,
Yes.
don't you?
Okay.
No need to be precious.
I see, I can't.
I'm afraid that's
put
my
words into your
business,
mouth.
Petal. It's nothing nefarious, though. I promise.
For example, here you say...
Glorious.
You draw
One
a building,
moment,
it's very clearly
and
the
she
shape
needs
of
her
a building.
real nails
so I have no
for
trouble
this.
thinking it's not a kangaroo. it's a building. So you get credit for that. What I'm doing, and I don't want to get into the technical details, it's called fuzzy set analysis. I'm trying to encode what you said in a way that this computer can understand to do the arithmetic with lookma, no hands.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. We've got trees. And we got this stuff here, and I'm not going to describe what I'm doing here because this is going to be public, and we don't want people to have to guess this list I'm doing here. This circle thing that you do here, what did I say here?
That human skin is fierce restrictive.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's...
Well, yes. I should bloody think so. Not many get to see a hag in all her glory.
So am I.
Consider yourself blessed. Now choose. Which eye will it be? Right or left?
It still hasn't chosen a picture yet.
Really?
Yep.
Hold on to your ears. This might sting a bit.
No, there's a picture of the upset. But no, it's going to randomly pick. This is demonstration. And this is trial.
No, that wasn't so bad, was it?
And target beaver's the right answer.
Oh, you do make me laugh.
Pleased about it.
No,
Pretty good.
unless you want tentacles for a tongue, stay absolutely still.
Are you kidding me?
I've removed one of these buggers before, but it's a touch tricky.
The parasite squirms at the hag's words. Pain builds behind your eye.
Concrete buildings.
You feel the creature writhe as it's dragged towards your ear. Then it bites back, burrowing even deeper into your brain.
Actually,
Can I show that on camera?
You little shit! You didn't tell me it was netherese. I'm not touching
Audience
that!
To see how awesome my remote viewing capabilities are.
Shadow magic
There it is.
brings nothing but chains and misery. How could I have missed that stink?
We have a metric.
Blood and piss congealing on my tongue. Someone's tampered with your parasite. That's likely why you've not turned yet.
Could have been any one of them. And we had a team of people, like 9 people, encoded
Bless us.
in such
You're
a way
as slow
that
as a
computers
wet
could
week.
understand them. It's called technically
That
called
thing has
fuzzy
been
set.
touched by your dead soul walking.
But that's been pre-coded.
I can't help you.
So what I did was to get a fuzzy set of your
What about it?
And then
I
the
held
computer
up my
does
end of the
a Venn
bargain.
diagram,
It's
or
not my
technically,
fault
but
the
something
Wriggler's
like it.
tainted by
How close
shadow
is your
magic.
description? There are 2
I
things.
want
that
nothing to do with you
How accurate
or that
was your
scum
response?
in your
Of
brain.
all the things in the target, what percentage did you get right? The answer to that question is
I'd
about
kill you for that. But why deny your Wriggler the pleasure? But let it not be said that Auntie Ethel doesn't honor her debts. Here, it's on you to fix yourself. Now
see, the
get
difference one
out!
is what percentage of the target did you get, and the other part is what percentage of what you said was right.
We need to keep looking for a way to get rid of these things.
No.
They've overstayed their welcome.
You said 52% of what you said was correct. So it's the product of those two is what we call the figure of merit. And when that's above a certain threshold, and when we use this to make money on the marketplace,
I can just walk into homes now.
Threshold is
This gets better
0.452.
and
Your
better.
number was 0.28. Wasn't good enough to bet money on.
Okay.
But only about 20% of Joe's is, or 20% of Angela Ford's are.
No kidding.
It's a very high. In fact, it almost never misses above when it's that good of a remote viewing. So congratulations, Sean. I'm really pleased. You did a damn good job of it.
So what is this? So if I was, what would you have me do next?
Go on with the interview.
If you were looking at me to see if I had these capabilities, would that be a, let's move on to the next test, or would that be a,
Yeah, but not
hey,
right away.
thanks for showing up. If we need you, we'll be in contact.
Not quite. I mean, tell me why it would be a mistake to have you do it again right now.
Because I would overthink it.
Not only that, one has to ask the musical question, from where does the information arise? And my colleague and I have been worrying about that a long, long time. And that is, did you get it from looking into the future and seeing the picture? Another precognition. And if you did that, But, 20 minutes from now, you have a different picture. How would you be able to sort that out in your mind? Which precognition pays attention to it? No. So we only collect data with Angela Ford, 2 sessions a week.
2 sessions a week?
Yeah.
That fast of sessions? Wow.
Actually, the fastest one of our participants is a psychologist named Nevin. And I said, okay, please access and describe the same thing I just said to you. So he said,
grant
there's
me
a tree and a
patience.
path. I quit.
Eat up, Mayrina.
It was over in about
I
3
won't
seconds
say
of it. There's got to be something more. But no, that's exactly all that was there. He just nailed it.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So I got a 50% on like a 53%, I believe you said on the drawings, and a 52% on what I said was actually in the photograph.
Yeah.
So what would be a close the book, don't contact us, we'll contact you, thanks for showing up?
Well, if never on a single issue like this.
Okay.
Give you a hint. I don't know if Joe would like this, but it's the data. I have something close to 1,500 remote viewings done by Joe. And 5 pictures are chosen, only 1 is the right answer at each trial. And so there's a 20% chance of getting it right by luck alone. His score is 44% hit rate. Statistically, that's off the charts. But think about it. That means 56% of the time, he blows it.
Interesting.
And he's one of the best people we got.
Interesting.
So how was it? Was it fun?
I want to do it again.
No, I'm not going to let you.
I know.
We can do that. I'll tell you, I can do this. In fact, I work primarily through Zoom now. I've got a woman in Milan, Italy, who's a crackerjack at this.
No kidding.
So I do the interview over, and then she sends me the response by email, and I do the same thing I just did with you.
So is this some sort of a hobby for somebody like that, or what do they do with it now?
Well, what she does, she works with some people in finding lost people who have disappeared.
Okay.
I think Joe probably told you that he worked with the Japanese on exactly that issue. But she does it for someone else, doing the same sort of thing.
Interesting. Is this stuff still within government? I know that the project shut down.
I would love it to be, and probably is a good time to dig into that a bit. A Navy SEAL, who will remain nameless, invited us to try to restart Stargate. This was after Stargate was closed. And it never actually happened, but for technical reasons. But I think what's interesting is that...
what do you mean technical reasons?
The person in charge, I don't want to mention her name, it was an intelligence officer in
This is
in
why I
Hawaii.
like you, Petal.
And,
I was hoping
there were other
people
reasons I
and
wanted to put her
you,
out of
Petal.
business.
That regular
So it
swimming
just-
in
the
your
money
brain
didn't come
juice
forward
is a
and we
bit of
actually
an
didn't do the experiment.
inconvenience. Busybodies
it
are not
turns out that
appreciated around here.
The working class
Let's
people,
not make trouble
not
for
the
some
managers,
stranger.
like the intelligence officers.
I'll talk
love
about
this
your
stuff.
Riddler,
It works extremely
and that's
well
it.
for them.
Last
That
warning.
answers questions that couldn't get by normal intelligence means.
Quicker than you.
The
What do you
problem
say?
is we try
Want
to get
me to take
started
care of the
again
little bugger?
at the management level.
That is
you know,
my
flag
price.
officer level.
Nothing more,
Kill it.
nothing less.
They wouldn't take it.
Ethel,
Interesting.
can I please?
Can I ask when
Quiet, you've had it.
that Navy SEAL invited you to give the presentation?
And you. My door is always
no,
open,
not
Pet.
recently, probably 15 years ago.
15
I
years
can
ago.
just walk into homes now.
So people
This
ask me,
gets
do you
better
think
and
the
better.
government's still doing it? My answer is, I
Hello,
hope so,
sweet.
but I don't
You
believe
going
they
to
are.
give me one of those precious
And
peepers?
surprisingly enough, most of the money came under Republican administrations.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Why do you think they aren't doing it?
You blink.
For a number of reasons. First off, intelligence collection has drastically improved over the years compared to what was going on during the Cold War. And so it's not needed as much. It's often used in law enforcement. There is a book written by a sociologist called The Blue Shield, and when he analyzed the workings of psychics with police departments. And sometimes that's quite valuable. But in terms of the intelligence collection world, it's not moving as much as it used to be.
Okay.
Literally. I mean, it's noisy data. It should never be sole sourced. And I don't mind saying this in public. I was an interview show with on Nightline, and opposite me was Robert Gates, CIA director at the time, and Larry King, I think, was the fellow interviewing me. They said you should interrupt and make it really lively. And I caught this, the previous director, Robert Gates. My main fear was sitting there was him calling Bill Gates.
Tempest I will
So I
raise.
called him Mr. Director all the time on TV. And it turns out that he said there was no actual single source. He used the term single source application that was correct. And I said, excuse me, sir. You should never sole source information for actionable intelligence. We got into trouble that way, haven't we? Larry King said, let's move on. And that's true. It wasn't perfect, but it was good enough to keep people coming back.
We're going to move into the beginning of your career. But before we do, I have a subscription account, and it's Patreon. They are tops of Baldurs. They've been here since the reason that I did this awesome job and interview amazing people like yourself. And so one of the things I do for their extra support and love is I give them the opportunity to ask the guest a question.
All right.
So this question comes from John Paul. Excuse me. In your research into psychics and remote viewing, was there any indication of a spiritual or extra-dimensional connection that may have suggested that viewers are being helped by or connecting with other entities, spirits, watchers, or other beings that then transmit information and visual perception of remote locations back to the viewer?
No.
No.
It's a very interesting question. Those are important questions. Humans have been worrying about that ever since we scampered down from the trees. Those are really important questions. There's an idea in physics that says you can fix it. So our approach has been just straight, hardline physics, physiology, and psychology and physiology. These spiritual issues, however important they are, and it may influence people's reason to do this, but the question is that part of the message? I don't think so, and the reason for that is if it's pan-human, what it means is remote viewers can be found in China, they can be found in Saudi Arabia, they can be found in India, even found here in Tennessee, for goodness sakes. Oh my goodness. In California, it goes across. There's no cultural reason this does not
these
work.
mortals be.
And that
How
is very
frank,
good.
how smart.
I think more than substantial evidence that is a genuine phenomenon, part of the Homo sapiens species. And if that is true, it's a big if, let's say, then it can't depend upon a particular spiritual worldview, because there's so many different spiritual worldviews, including having none. Most of our people are non-religious at all.
Fascinating.
Now, maybe meditation, which I think that I would go so far to call that religion, but way to quiet your mind. There are many techniques. There was a conference arranged by our colleagues in Brazil. It took place in Alexandria, Virginia, and there were 5 remote viewers and 3 managers. And what was fascinating to me, I went on for 2 days, we tape recorded the whole thing, that there was no 2 remote viewers that did the same technique. One person does it by dreaming. Another person does it like we just did, business like across the table. Other people have tried meditation. Other people have tried music, listening to that first. I mean, there are whole kinds of really bizarre ways. Doesn't matter. If you want to stand in the corner and spit nickels out of your mouth and do remote viewing that way, we're happy with that. Whatever works, works. And our job is to try to figure out what is going on with that. What is going on? And we can talk a little bit about that later on in the interview. Mechanisms.
I would love to do that. So basically, what you're saying is that you think that this is species specific.
Can't give up. Not now.
Yeah. Now, not exclusively. But what that means is there isn't a culture in Central Africa, let's say, or in Norway, that can't do remote viewing.
These birds have seen everything.
Can do it. Now, like any other skill that humans have, there's a spectrum. Some people are really dead on it, and some people can't do it at all, and most people are somewhere in between.
So maybe we go into some history before we dive into your nuclear physics career. But
okay, go ahead.
Since we're on the subject, but you know, I had spoken about this with Joe, and on the show here.
Victory is assured.
It sounds like, if I remember correctly, it sounds like things the same. Maybe we've lost. Maybe the majority of the species, or maybe lost is the wrong word, but we've lost the ability to do this, or at least we're having troubles accessing.
Light on my feet.
So, if this is human specific, what's the evolution of this, and how did the majority of us
hungry for the slaughter?
Am I saying this correct? Lost the capability, or at least don't know how to access?
I think I disagree with Joe on that. I see no evidence that we've lost it.
I could be. I don't want to misspeak.
Yeah.
So
now I'll tell you why. I mean,
still on my feet.
As we'll talk later on in the interview, I've done a lot of work with the Russians now. And there's a cultural difference between Russia and the U.S.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
It's kind of a misnomer, in my view, that the Russians are non-religious. They're very religious. There are like 6 or 8 churches in the continental world. And Stalin attended one church each week through an entire
here we go again.
The Stalinist era. They're religious, but it's the Russian Orthodox Church. And if you've ever attended a Russian Orthodox ceremony, there's nothing but mysticism.
Demonstrate.
You go, there's no pews to sit there, you stand around, and the priest never even looks at you. He's mumbling something incoherent to an icon on the wall. So it's very kind of mystical. Whereas after Luther and the rise of Vatican II,
needs to find a way forward.
Unfortunately, is we've taken mysticism out of the practice of religious things. You know, the Roman Catholic Church can give the Mass in local language instead of Latin. And so my wife thought about this, and I'm digging into it with some colleagues, that one of the reasons ESP is so well accepted within the culture in Russia and not so here is that they're used to mysticism. And people hear, well, what do you mean, take the mysticism out of it? And frankly, our work is not mystical at all. It's hard load physics, physiology, and arithmetic. Fuzzy sets.
I want to reiterate, maybe I've misspoken, but I remember talking to Joe about how communication was, in early times, talking caveman times, that communication was a lot more efficient and deliberate than it is now. Because in the conversation was basically saying as language came about, it took us longer. It takes longer for me to describe to you what I'm thinking and trying to convey to you at this moment in time, when rewind, thousands and thousands of years ago, it was pointing, grunting, expression, and what he was saying is as we started to travel more and more in groups and safety, that we kind of and language was kind of developed, that our thoughts and the way we communicated became less efficient. And so maybe what he was I should have listened to this before this interview, but maybe what he was saying is that because of the overcomplicated communication that we were developing, some of the other things may have slipped.
Well, remote viewing isn't so much about conversation. It's about action. I mean, there was a fellow by the name of Rex Stanford, no longer with us, a psychologist, who invented a procedure. The bottom line of it was, if this is true, that it's innate to human beings, some are better than others, that we probably use it at a level of unconsciousness. We don't know we're using it. And I can give you a first-hand experience like that. I was teaching at City College of San Francisco physics, and a colleague of mine was coming from the East Coast into San Francisco, in part of a convention in downtown San Francisco. It was before cell phones. And we were going to pull up in front of the hotel at 5 o'clock in the evening, and we go out for dinner together. Okay, it's about a 25-minute drive from the school to that, and I'm thinking, well, to get there at 5, I've got to leave here at quarter after 4. Avoid traffic. I said, I'm not going to do that. It's a big, giant pain, and I gave myself all kinds of arguments why I don't want to do it. Not psychic at all. I'm sitting in my office,
No rest
right?
for the wicked, I see.
And finally I said, oh, he's going to be really angry. So I eventually showed up an hour late.
Looking ahead. Breathe deep.
Pulled up in front of the hotel. He came running out of the hotel. How long have you been here? I just got here. Oh, thank God. I have no way of reaching you. I couldn't meet you at 5. So how did I do that? One explanation is I use my own unconscious psychic ability that we all have to maneuver through life more efficiently than I would otherwise have. And there's a lot of data to support that other than just my own personal experience. Pretty interesting.
Very interesting.
Let's have a peek inside.
Why do you think people like Joe are able to access this so much more efficiently and deliberately than others?
Well, you could train me, get the best high jumping trainer for the Olympics, and train the tail off me, and then I can clear 6 inches, not 6 feet, no matter what. So some people have innate natural skill. Joe is one of them.
Worth a try.
There are a group of people who think they can train to almost an unlimited skill level, and you can't do that. You can only train to whatever the native skill level is. Why Joe had that and Angela has it and other people do. About 1% of
My condition is worsening again. I need to consume some powerful magic or it may become volatile.
When you think about it, it's much larger than the number of people that can learn piano well enough to give a recital at Carnegie Hall.
Thank you. It is a strange experience.
The answer to that
Each time anew.
right at the moment, I'm
That colour.
Now
the second artifact hasn't had the effect of the first. Somewhat relieved the discomfort, but I fear my hunger hasn't quite...
Someone who can't do remote viewing under lab conditions. If we figure that out, we make
The magic isn't having the effect it should have.
What are they saying so far?
Merely drizzles.
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet.
I'm not certain what's going on, but nothing good. Please, I need to think. Thank you for the
this.
What do you think?
My colleague and I wrote a paper together and published it in what's called SAGE, which is a respected journal online, called Sensory Perception, a multiphasic model of precognition. In other words, we have a testable hypothesis of how this might work. Now, I don't know if you've heard the term synesthesia.
I have not.
Synesthesia, it's well known, about 4% of the population experience it. People who have synesthesia, called synesthetes, they see numbers and color.
You are as thick as they come, sweetness.
It's sort of like
This is my personal playhouse, and you don't have an invite. Get out!
So, for all of our participants, including Joe and Angela, and they all have synesthesia.
Has that wriggler eaten your brain already?
Huge clue about
Leave. Oh, you'll end up in tonight's stew. We'll go nicely with Marina. She's already marinated.
Needs to be shown if it's true or not. that someone who is really
My
cynical
sweet
but
Callum,
will have much
whose
more
beloved
hyper
asked that his
connectivity
beauty
inside the white matter of
never
his brain
fade.
than the average person will. If that's true, we're home free. We're working
This is
toward that.
delightful.
Wow.
My darling Malcolm, she wished for the mind of a genius, but the silly head crushed me.
We're just probably getting started. In fact, Angela and I are going down to Brazil sometime later this summer as what's called a case study. We're going to put her in the scanner and see how her brain is configured compared to baseline people.
This poor dear wished never to lay eyes on her family again.
Well, let's dive into you.
Okay.
So, nuclear physics. How did we get into nuclear physics? What was the entrance?
Well, I went to boys' boarding school from 7th grade onward. So my sophomore year, I took biology, and I thought, I'm going to be a biologist. My junior year, I took chemistry. No, I'm going to be a chemist. Guess what my class, what was in my senior year, was physics.
My dearest Efren,
And that's goofing around a little bit, but the real serious issue, I've never had a good memory. And in physics, you don't have to remember as much stuff as you need to in these other disciplines. There's no complicated Latin names for stuff and things of that nature. And you can remember just a few basic things and derive other things that you need because you're pretty good at arithmetic. You don't have to remember it. And that's part of the reasons why I did it. I got interested
You feel
because the
crushing
toys were fun.
waves of fear as the
Accelerators,
presence
high-speed
within the door
electronics and things like
recoils.
that was lots of
You
fun, and
can't
it was
let
darn
people
good.
through, not
How
again.
long were you involved in nuclear physics? Where did
Well, kind of
Images
graduate
flash.
school, which I
A
started in
man cowering, a bag open at his feet.
1963,
Gold
and I
coins
finally
spilling
quit
onto the
doing
floor.
that in
His cries for mercy are cut short as the hag
1970s.
slices into him, dismembering him
I had a second
painstakingly,
postdoc. I was a
limb
postdoctoral
by limb.
researcher in nuclear
She
physics at the
cackles,
University of California
the
at Davis,
man's remaining
California.
flesh
And I thought,
twisted
oh,
and
in academic
contorted,
world, and I'm about ready to
becoming
go to my
the
second postdoc
twisted
appointment
surface
at
of the
University
door
Indiana.
before you.
And I flew to Indiana, and I
Flee.
told my
You feel
prospective
it
new boss,
cry.
I can't do this anymore. The toys are fun, and I'm good at it, but I just don't care about
Scene
the
appears
underlying
in your
issue.
mind.
Nuclear
Two
structure
paladins and a
nuclear,
cleric
reaction
marching through the
mechanisms,
door,
not nuclear power
shrouded in the
bombs or anything like
glow
that.
of the divine.
And
Weapons
he said,
brandished,
okay,
they
we'll leave the job
charge into
open
the
for a
hag's
year. I said,
lair.
okay, if you want to, but I'm done
Screams of
with it.
terror pierce the
And
air.
My father went ballistic.
You let them in?
We put all this money and all this education you're
Nobody.
forcing aside. Well,
That's a decade for each. You're mine for 30 more years, Pecker.
When did you work for the Rand Corporation?
Oh, golly. I was 20 years old for the next 5-6 years as a summer student. I loved
You
it.
see an image of
I
blue
was in
skies
Earth
and
Planetary
sunshine
Sciences doing
as the
atmospheric
door
physics
shudders a
work.
warning. Run.
What is the Rand Corporation? Explain that.
Yeah, it's an organization. It's kind of a think
You see the
tank,
hag.
based in
She
Santa Monica,
walks
California,
through
right on
the door,
beach. It's kind
its
of a
form
marvelous
shimmering.
place to work.
The
It's
lightest
very
touch of
theoretically
hope
oriented, and if I were a
brushes
better
your
theorist, I'd
mind
probably still be
as the
working
presence
there. It
within
was so much fun and
retreats.
interesting. They do everything from upper atmospheric physics, which was what I was involved in, to mutually assured destruction during Cold War. That
My
came out of the Rand
gentle
Corporation.
Lauren. He wished to know.
Or if all of a sudden Chicago left the map and the giant
Mustn't
explosion,
look, mustn't
we would,
see.
according to the Rand
I
Corporation,
see it.
You
which was then
realize there's
accepted as
magic at
policy,
work.
we would
Some
not
type of
immediately go to
spell.
war.
Me.
That might have been a
Dead.
mistake.
Dead.
A horrible mistake.
Flesh rotten,
If it were a
bone
hell of a
shining.
mistake, that's one thing. But if other missiles were on the way, then we go to war.
Don't hurt me.
And I thought that
Oh,
was a
please.
wise decision. at
Oh,
that
mind
time.
dripping, flesh peeling,
I
mind
loved it. It was
flayer.
good fun.
Were you
No,
involved
no.
in
I'm sorry.
researching future weapons and things of this nature?
Stop.
Under Stargate, yes. We wanted to know the answer.
Feel the barest hint of
Not
life.
the development of the weapons. More importantly, was remotely
Feel the
capable of
barest
sensing
hint of life
exotic new
from within.
weapons. The answer to that short answer was yes.
So that goes into Stargate. Okay, there was a couple of loose ends I wanted to tie through.
A
let's
thief
move
who
into-
tried to
so you
steal
look at
from
this
Auntie.
physicist.
Now the good little pet guards
How
my
did you get
own.
into 49 years of research as to
I'll catch a break.
Very good question. My boss at the University of California at Davis was a guy named John Youngerman. And I didn't know anything about psychic stuff, never heard about it at all. He came to me and he said, Ed, would you like to help me do this really interesting experiment? So what are you talking about? Well, there's a pendulum going back and forth, back and forth. And the pendulum had, at the bottom of it, a really very carefully designed, very silver good mirror. And the pendulum was designed, Youngerman did all this work, I was just there. And it was at a heartbeat period, in about one swing each second. Okay? Use laser interferometry to know the position of that pendulum down to a fraction of the wavelength of light. Very accurate. So it's a really accurate thing. And then we want to know whether people can concentrate on it and by magical psychokinesis, mind over matter, could they either increase or decrease that swinging pendulum. That was the whole idea.
Leave no trace.
It's sensitive. That means it's sensitive to everything.
Time to press ahead.
And the end of the story was we had probably the most sensitive Interstate 80 truck detector in history, which was 2 miles away. So we had to give it away. But I was like in my 30s, 31 or so. And I saw an advertisement by Dr. Charles Tart. He did the definitive work early on altered states of consciousness. In fact, he was mentioned even in a movie called Altered States. And he said, well, there's a weekend seminar here by a guy named Bob Monroe, who I never heard of, Monroe Institute. And, well, nothing better to do, I'll go and listen. They're talking about out-of-body experiences. What? Huh? Out-of-body? You're gotta be nuts. What are you talking about? So here's this 50-year-old guy up there talking about the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my life, that he gets out of his body, and while he goes out of his body, he pushed his girlfriend on the butt and raised a slight welt. Really? And he wrote a book called Journeys Out of the Body, which I'd recommend. On my shelf at home. Read it in two sessions. I thought, he's a businessman, I'm a physicist, I can do this. So I gave it a good college try for a couple of nights, and nothing happened, and I put it away on the shelf saying all sorts of silliness. Well, I was down at UC Berkeley doing straight physics and cyclotron back there, and I saw another flyer saying science and extrasensory perceptions. Science and ESP, are you kidding me? Oh, so I wanted to go hear that talk. And that talk was given by a guy named Mr. Charles Honorton, who's no longer with us, I'm sorry to say. And he was talking science. I mean, really statistics and how to what double-blind protocols, and I learned about that from him. And he became my mentor, actually. He got me into this field.
Really?
Yeah.
Where did you go from there?
He went to Edinburgh. We actually helped him financially to get to Edinburgh to do his PhD. He never finished college, but he was a very, very smart fellow. And Edinburgh took him. And he dropped dead on the scene there, unfortunately.
Auntie,
he had a congenital
be
heart
kind to our guests.
Yeah.
But, I mean, your research, from what I understand, never ceased. So where did you go from
Well, I met Ingo Swann. Ingo Swann's a well-known artist and psychic, and we did some work together with Chuck Honorton at Maimonides Medical Center in Brooklyn. In the Department of Psychiatry, in the basement, they had a parapsychologist doing dream telepathy experiments. And that's been written up by the chairman of the, at Yale University.
What is dream telepathy?
Isolated chamber, going to sleep, and they're monitoring the movements of the eyes while the person's asleep, so you can tell when they're dreaming. Because when you're dreaming, you get what's called REM sleep. And so an experimenter would see on the chart that he's sleeping, he'd press a button, somebody down the hall would have viewmasters, those things would click three-dimensional pictures of a scene, and they were supposed to project somehow, magically, that information to the person's dream. Then when they woke up, they had the actual.
What should I do?
Viewmaster that was used for the stimulus was 3 others, and the participant had to decide which one was the right one.
So the Viewmaster was a word away.
The little slide pictures in it, all of the same thing. And it's 3 dimensions when you look through it, and you click on it to the next view of the same scene.
And so one of those scenes would have been in their dream?
Yeah, not scenes, but one of the whole discs of the disc of a Viewmaster was all on the same theme, but different views of the same thing.
Okay.
So there were different Viewmasters with different scenes altogether, and the person had to pick out which one was the right one.
What do you mean the right one? The right one?
The one the person was staring through while the person was dreaming all through the night.
Oh, and that worked.
You bet, big time.
So you kind of came into this as a skeptic.
All right, what now?
It sounds like
I'm still a skeptic, actually. With regard to mind over matter, psychokinesis.
I've got a long road
you
ahead.
came in as to the presentation to the Monroe as a skeptic. Then you were really drawn to the science talk.
Yeah.
Worked with them, then moved over to this. But there was one amusing thing, though.
When we'd answer the phone in the basement of Maimonides Medical Center, we'd say, "Hello, Division of Parapsychology. May we tell you who's calling?" And that cognitive dissonance on the phone. But that was really good research, though.
How long did that go on?
Old time, run by Stanley Krippner, a well-known name in the field, who's just turned 90, and Alan Vaughn. And Alan Vaughn introduced me to English. That's how I met English.
And so what was, when you were doing what was it called? Dream?
I was not involved in the dream research.
You were not involved in the dream research. What were they looking for? Say they made the connection. Okay, the dreamer is able to identify.
Yeah, not the question how and why. We're still asking that question. But what Chuck Arlington said, that no researcher wants to stay up all night. It's a hard way to get one all night, because multiple dreams, dreaming time at night 4 or 5 times each. You don't get, as a researcher, you don't get any sleep.
Yeah.
So he said, well, what is it about the nature of dreaming that makes us seem to work? So he guessed that it's what's called somatosensory reduction. In other words, you don't feel cold or hot, and your body is in a very comfortable, relaxed chair. So other ways to do that besides sleep. So he invented something from the research elsewhere in Germany called Ganzfeld, meaning whole field. And what they do is put you in, it's an extremely interesting thing. They take a ping pong ball, cut it in half, and gently glue it over your eyes, and shine a solid so no matter where you look, you just see it as patternless features, the same kind of color, no gradients at all. You do the same thing with your ears with very quiet white noise. What you hear is pattern. And what happens, it is bizarre as hell. I've been a participant in those kinds of studies. You know your eyes are open, you're told to keep your eyes open, and you know it's red, and all of a sudden, the experience vanishes. Your brain says, well, there isn't any patterns here, we give up. So it's a kind of altered state of consciousness, except it happens in 20 minutes.
Watch your back.
And when that happens, then they move into the Viewmasters or more sophisticated ways of picking a target. The participant still has to choose which of the 4 possible targets is the right one.
So when the red goes away, the brain, it sounds like the brain essentially shuts down.
In that vision, yes.
Is the participant aware of what's going on completely?
No, they know they're doing a side experiment. They don't know what's happening outside of their.
Are they conscious enough to know that the red light is gone and react to it?
Yeah, I've been there doing it, not as a participant, just to experience what Gosfeld was like. It's bizarre. Open, but it's just black. What the hell's going on? Now that gets to an interesting point for later on, because all of our sensory systems, there's more these days than we have 5. They're all more sensitive to things that are changing than things are not. So you're lying outside on a nice clear night, no street lights and what have you. You see the stars, it's really beautiful. What catches is the satellite that goes over.
Mm-hmm.
And cops have blinking lights on purpose because steady lights are not as attractive as something that's changing. So that gets us to something more interesting later on about a mechanism, how this works.
Can we explore that right now, or would you rather
Sure,
wait?
why not? So we argued that if the S in extrasensory perception really is sensory, then the big 5 things we know is there must be something that works better when that thing, whatever it is changing compared to when that thing is not changing. Because otherwise, that's the way our other sensories work. Maybe the ESP sensory part works the same way. It does, and we found it. And that turns out to be something a little harder to describe, is the changing of the entropy of the target system. And that works extremely well.
Can you elaborate?
Sure. Best way to do that as an example. Entropy is a measure of chaos. And things that are, for example, if you put your water, which has molecules on it like mad, and put it in a nice tray and stick it in your freezer, it freezes them. What happens is that's a serious drop in entropy because it's less chaotic. Now there's a side issue here called the second law of thermodynamics, which I don't have to get into. If you reach behind your fridge, you know it's pretty warm behind a refrigerator. The heat that's taken out of the water to make ice is overly compensated by the hot behind the counter, behind the fridge. But nonetheless, that change of entropy, that's called, is what correlates with the quality of remote viewing. And there's no doubt about it now. We have 9 studies that all agree about that. So it says it is, in fact, a sensory system. Now, we understand how if you're looking on the beach and the sun is sinking into the Pacific, it is those photons hit your eyes and how that carries the information into your eyelids. It doesn't tell you anything about how you're going to respond to those photons hitting your eyes. You know, you and I are sitting on the same beach. You start crying because you got engaged on that beach. I'm crying because my mother killed herself on that same beach. It's the same photons. So all that is generated internally with each human being. But still, in terms of the remote viewing stuff, the correlation with the entropy is gorgeous now. It's really quite well established.
You had mentioned 5 sensories. You know, sight, smell, taste, touch. What am I missing? What are the other sensories that you are?
Oh, the new ones.
Yes.
Echolocation. People can go and drive a complicated system on a bicycle and avoid all the accidents.
I just saw a mini doc on this.
Yeah, that's one. Magnetic field sensor for some people.
What is that?
It senses magnetic fields.
You come to my home, interfere in my business, and now have the gall to face me in the heart of my land. You petulant bollocks! I'll rip your spine out your asshole! I'll use your blood to spice my stew! I'll keep you alive until I've sucked the marrow from your bones! And then I'll bring you back and do it all over again!
One is...
Just
please sits there and communicates with a part of entity, let's say, and you're finding out what that person has said.
That girl hasn't got long. You plan to save her.
Uncle Harry was a moron during her life. What about the left death experience wise didn't have any? But the question always is, it's really interesting. I'm going to take a small break here. that organization by Margaret Mead, the famous woman. She was in charge of the American Society, AAAS, American Association for the Advancement of Science. And she conducted the Parapsychological Association as one of the affiliate members of that organization. And they still are part of that. So it's a very serious thing. And, okay, so I was a member of the Parapsychological Association for years, and I went to the current president. I was president and on their board and all that. I went to this fellow. His name is Dean Radin. I said, Dean, I'm sitting here. What can I bribe you to do to stay for another year? I sort of said, he said, okay, we'll give you the Career Achievement Award. I said, okay, fair enough. So the rules are that you get the Career Achievement Award, which I got, that you give an invited talk at the next year's convention about all your contributions.
Bloody clever
So I'm there
clubs!
in my coat and tie, and I'm behind the podium, and I said, look, you guys have known me for 30 years, and my contribution to this field is well established. And I walked in front of the podium and put my hands on my hips, and I said, now, let me tell you what's I ripped everybody apart, including me. I'm a physicist. There is no way in hell I should be doing psychophysiology measurements. What do I know about that? I'll make all the mistakes that the people who started that made mistakes. And we are all amateurs in that regard, including me. We're wasting our time. I would never invite a student to get into this area until they get a serious degree in some other discipline. And I bragged a little bit, and then I said it's actually something that's sorrowful, and that is I held a 20-year career job that was paid industrial scale wages and benefits and vacation. And I had no other job at parapsychology research, and as far as I'm concerned, there's no one else in parapsychology history that can make that claim, and that's pathetic. You need to have a way to make a living that way. Why would you do it? So I don't know if I can say this on camera, but I'll say it. I said, you know, I've been studying, I'm a physicist, I don't know anything about psychology, but I've been studying Freud. Dramatic way I did it. I said, you know, I've discovered why women are not as good remote viewers as men. Well, that turns out not true. I just said that. I hesitated. I said, penis envy. And the whole crowd started laughing hysterically. And I said, that is the right response to stupidity. What I said was made up and stupid. Now, how come you don't have the same response when you're pushing quantum mechanics as an explanation for this phenomenon?
Comes easy these days.
That was the people came up to me. Boy, we loved it. I thought they were a tar and feather company. Now, paper's written up. It's been sanitized, so it isn't quite so gritty. I can send a copy to you if you want. Because it does raise an issue. There are things that we don't know. No one knows. If you have a psychic experience, how long does it last? And that's really important to know. If it only comes in bursts of milliseconds, there's no point putting in an MRI machine because that takes 10 seconds to do anything, let alone milliseconds. And the second one is when most particular good remote viewers do not have control over what opens this. Look, if we have access as humans to all space at all time, and we were cognitively aware of it, to use a technical psychiatric term, we'd go bogus, loony, and
I applaud. Why don't I get my PhD soon? Get a cat
the question poses then, what opens that door to that vast information, and what closes that door? We don't know the answer to either of those. One example of which we did a study with Joe McMonagle at Stanford.
To New Horizons.
And we didn't get any result in the study. Part of the reason is everything that's happening to Joe psychically happened to him when he was pulling into the parking lot. He did not have control over that. So by the time we wired him up, psychic stuff was over. That's a serious problem. In fact, I sent
wish
back
to live in more interesting times.
$150,000 grant I had to study skin conductance in an MRI in Scotland with psychic stuff. And I decided I don't know who to put into the scanner or when. That's a waste of money. And I sent the money back and we reprogrammed it. These are serious issues. And I've got some experiments on the drawing board now to test some of them. But it's a real tough problem.
Back to mediumship.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Got diverted there. The other form of mediumship is called physical mediumship. And my colleague Sonali Bhattabhadar is the main person behind this. We're calling him every. And she found 25
No rest for the wicked, I see.
documents dating back to the 15th century on physical mediumship. It's all.
Really?
All
still alive. So
and what that means, I mean, not our views. This is in the literature. People are with top scientists of the day, including Michael Faraday, well-known physicist. And the other problem with it is it's primarily contained into one culture. Remember I said earlier, things are pan-human, it can't be in one culture. This is in the Spiritist community in Brazil mostly. And they get pretty clever. Now my colleagues down in Brazil have spent a rather huge sum of money to redo the experiments. I kept saying, all you're doing is making better measurements that have gone before. You'll see. But
Your desire.
I don't think it's real.
You don't think so? Do you don't think any mediumship is real?
No, physical mediumship.
Physical mediumship.
Yeah, informational mediumship, of course it's real. In fact, Julie Beschel, University of Arizona, she formulated what's called the Windbridge Institute. Actually wrote a they now are doing grief counseling by using this method. You know, Harry passed away, and all of his survivors are grieving. So the medium gets in touch with that person's incarnate entity, if it's real. In a sense, it doesn't matter whether it's real or not.
I'm sorry. A little bit of information overload for me. So the two types of mediumship again are what?
Informational medium.
Informational
They
medium.
give you information about what the disincarnate, that survival of bodily death, that person is talking to the medium, and that medium is telling you what the spirit told her. Physical mediumship, creating things out of thin air, like ectoplasm, this weirdly weird stuff, or
Let's have a peek inside.
And, it was called table tipping in the early days. The tables would rise up, and it's all done in the dark. Tables would rise up, and or rapping, people banging on the table, spirits doing that.
And physical mediumship is
that's what I'm just telling
it's all
you.
fraud.
I think so.
According to your research. You had about the magnetic fields, which actually caught my attention about people who maybe don't want to walk under power lines because it interrupts their magnetic field. What about that?
It's a very controversial area. I was a woman I met in Moscow, Natalia Lebedeva. She did the definitive work on your cell phone up to your ear. Like a lot of people walk around all the time. Is that radiation hurting your something? The answer for her research, no. She got the Lenin Prize for her excellent science. She's come to visit me in Palo Alto. Interesting woman, very smart. She works for an organization called the Institute for Higher Nervous Activity. Or something like that. I don't know whether that's what she meant, but very competent. Whether or not there's danger for living under a power line, I really don't know the answer. I don't think anybody does. But a lot of people think there must be, and they choose never to live under them.
So what do you think about people that have this sensory?
Magnetic sensory, that's a real phenomenon. I mean, for example,
still breathing.
You bastard! You ruined it!
Which we all
You
do.
ruined everything!
Hemoglobin has a magnetic aspect to it, so it's not at all surprising that, in fact, homing
You want
pigeons
thanks?
get to where
A
they're
slap
going
is
because
all
they
you
can
deserve.
see the Earth's magnetic field.
Ethel was
feel
going
the
to
Earth's
bring my
magnetic
husband
field
back.
in their own blood.
Back
Some
from the
humans
dead.
can do that
And now
also.
I'll never see him again.
That are better.
Because of you!
fascinating stuff.
Yeah. She would have.
Fascinating stuff.
I just
Well,
a bit
Edwin,
longer,
let's take
and
a
my
quick break.
child would have
When
been
we come back, we'll
born.
get into your
And all
time
this,
at SRI.
all this would have been over.
When I first started this whole podcasting thing, an
Don't
online
judge
store
me.
was about
Auntie
as far
Ethel
from my
promised to
mind as you
give
can
this
get.
child
And now,
more
most
than
of you
I
already
could have
know this,
done.
but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch
I always
collection
wanted
that's
to be
coming
a
soon,
mother.
and let me tell you,
Now I'll have
it
to
is
drag
so
Connor's coffin all the way
easy
home.
because I'm using a platform that
hope
is
you're happy.
extremely user-friendly, and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with your store. Connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, just have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews under your items? You can do that on Shopify. It's very simple. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% of all e-commerce platforms here in the United States. You can sign up right now for $1 a month. Shopify.com/Sean, that's all lowercase. Go to Shopify.com/Sean now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's Shopify.com/Sean. This show is sponsored by True Classic. We talk a lot about everyday carry here, and one thing I've been looking for to round out my EDC is a perfect fitting daily driver t-shirt. True Classic is made with premium moisture wicking technology. It looks great no matter if I'm in the gym or if I'm out to dinner. For a limited time only, get off when you shop now with my exclusive link at trueclassic.com/SRS. True Classic shirt designed to accentuate your best features no matter body type. Tighter in the arms and chest, but with the perfect amount of room in your midsection. You can't go wrong in a True Classic. The best part, True Classic sells their premium products and packs to help you save. Get started with a 2 or 3 pack of t-shirts today and feel the difference for yourself. True Classic offers 100% perfect fit guarantee and easy returns. So if you're ready to upgrade your closet, shop now with my exclusive link at classictees.com/SRS. Save up to 25% off your first order. Please support our show and tell them that we sent you. No matter how you move, make 2024 your most comfortable year yet with True Classic. All right, Edwin, we're back from the break.
Okay.
We're going to get into some SRI stuff. So,
very good.
In 1975, you joined the ongoing U.S. government-sponsored work at SRI, formerly called Stanford Research Institute. You became in parapsychological phenomena, and in 1985 became the program's director. Dive into how you got involved. All right.
Well, it was late 75 as a consultant. That was arranged by...
Okay.
Because Ingo and I had worked together at Maimonides Medical Center and published some of our results. And he couldn't tell me that it was all classified. But he said to me, you know, you're a physicist. I'm involved in some work at SRI that involves physics, and I'd to know whether you'd be interested if I were to bring it up. And I said, well, I need to learn more about it. Well, let me talk to the people in California about it first. So I found out later this infamous tantrums and screamed and yelled. And so to defend himself, I think Hal hired me as a consultant. My job was physics manager in experimental work, not theory. There was a magnetometer that was being used, and the idea Ingo was supposed to use his psychic ability to distort the magnetic field around the magnetometer. And I said, okay, fair enough. I'm good at debugging these things. Let's see what happened. So I went and I bought a few dollar bar magnet, little tiny bar magnet. And the magnetometer was in the lab, and I was outside in the hall, and I just walked doing this with the bar magnet, flipping it back and forth, and the strip chart recorder followed my thing. In other words, it wasn't as well isolated as it should have been. So in a sense, I did my job as to show that it's, hey, don't put much faith in this, fix it or quit. It was funded by the Navy, actually. So that was part of it, what started it. And I ended up being a consultant all the way up till 79, and finally they decided to hire me as a senior research physicist. My consulting was not part-time, I was a full-time consultant.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So they hired me as a senior research physicist and went on from there.
What kind of stuff were you guys getting into there?
Well, the agency, well, first of all, people think of our program as a CIA program. They accounted for less than 2% of our entire funding.
Really?
Yeah, they didn't fund us.
Well, let's talk about, so
In fact,
you
it
were
was
on,
1%.
were you on there when the agency started funding,
I was there while it was still funding it.
but not at the beginning?
No.
Can you talk about, do you have knowledge about what caught the CIA's interest
Yes.
in this program?
In fact, it's in one of my published books about it because the CIA released it. One of the things that's really fun in my briefing is to make fun of the CIA, which I do extensively, because the Congress ordered the CIA to release everything. Now, so there are like 5 or 6 copies of the same paper with different redactions on each of these papers. So I've got a letter signed by William Casey, the director of CIA, where his name is not redacted. All the other versions of it, his name is redacted. And it says, released by the CIA with this number, so it's not, I'm not breaking any laws, right? They did it. And the only thing they redacted in the whole damn thing was the author of the memo to Casey starting the program. And they didn't redact his name. They only redacted his signature, and you can see that because a little bit of the part of his signature sneaks out underneath the redaction.
Wow.
Come on, guys. I mean, they didn't give a damn, they were just doing it all together.
But what caught their attention to give any funding whatsoever?
Very good question, and I think I know the answer to that. It was Ingo Swann, actually. Ingo was doing some work. First of all, back up. There's an organization in London called the Society for Psychical Research. And it was founded in 1882 by some of the top scientists of that era. And that spawned a number of sister organizations, one of which was called the American Society for Psychical Research, based on 73rd Street in New York, Manhattan. In fact, I was invited to give a talk there, so I went to my management at SRI. They did some background and said, oh my God, that's older than the American Physical Society, so go, which I did. But the ASPR worked with Ingo Swann. And it turns out that Ingo could describe some randomly chosen target above the tiles in the roof over his head. And a guy named, I think it was Ken Kress in those days, an agency fellow, S&T shop guy.
Science and technology.
Yeah, right. Said, well, if this is real, we probably don't think it is, but it has intelligence implications if it is real. And long story short, it was real.
Who was the first, what was the first agency? I mean, this went to lots of organizations caught interest in this. I mean, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Yeah, I know exactly how it moved.
Intelligence arms of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, U.S. Secret Service, Department of State, the Department of Justice, and the FBI. I mean, all of these organizations caught wind of this and expressed interest.
Well, let's put it this way.
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Basically, the CIA was in deep trouble because of the Nixon administration. And they wanted to get out of the business themselves. They already had a big problem on their hands. And FTD, Foreign Technology Division of the Air Force, based out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, took it up after that. Our contract monitor was a guy named Dale Graff, and he's still around, delightful man, personal friend, and he was a contract monitor. And so we had funding from FTD, from the Air Force, for a while. And then a long, very complicated story, it doesn't matter how it happened, but Dale shifted over to the Defense Intelligence Agency. He left FTD as a civilian employee to the Air Force. And he's a physicist, and moved to...
Let's get going.
Actually, Boeing Air Force Base, which is part of the DIAC, Defense Intelligence Agency Analysis Center is what that's called, in Washington. And then he became our contract. We got a lot of money from DIA.
What were they wanting you to do?
Unfortunately, not research. It's all intelligence collection. So they kept giving us tasking to do this. This was long before Fort Meade remote viewers were involved.
No kidding.
Yeah, we did it for the most part until 1970, probably 1979.
So was the funding to actually collect, or was the funding was to collect? It wasn't to research.
No, absolutely. And we bitched and moaned about it. We could do some research because we heard, well, the Russians are doing so-and-so. Well, is that real? So we would do research to see whether that had any validity to it.
What was it the Russians were doing?
As the symbol glows, power courses through you.
Quite a number of things. One of the things were,
Authority.
somebody down in Crimea had, I think it was
I'm
rats.
so sorry. Your mind lurches, reeling. The injured man locks eyes with you. The parasite writhes in your head.
And so, okay.
Your
we're not
minds
gonna do this with
intertwine.
rats, but it involves
You see his
psychokinesis.
Protect
so we
mine,
did some psychokinesis.
the true soul. He's with the...
Can you talk about psychokinesis?
Do you have orders for us?
Yeah, it means mind over
We were
matter.
reporting to
It's
Edwin.
a long, long thing, and there are two ways of thinking about that. One is
we were looking for fusion, but instead we managed. I told Edwin not to look in that cave. It was filthy with oil-beared tracks.
Or what's called
We don't know what the Absolute wants them
You
found.
don't need statistics like this. You just
At any
levitate to the
cost.
ceiling. You don't need statistics. The guy's doing it, right? So.
What?
It killed one
I
of
argue
us.
with my colleague
It
in India
killed.
right
You're
now.
right.
The cave is just ahead.
There's something called poltergeist. Have you ever heard
Spoke
of
of
that
the
term?
Absolute.
What
Another
that means
parasite.
is,
Collected.
noisy
It might be
noisy
useful.
ghost. And so there's a lot of work on poltergeist phenomenon. Very strange things happen. And I leave the door open that maybe something interesting is actually happening there. A very respected guy taught for 50 years at the
Owlbear tracks.
Institute for
Its nest must be nearby.
Psychology.
This is it.
And he wrote a number of books on poltergeist. And he saw this one case where the classic case is it's a very religious family and with a brand new infant and a prepubescent teenager, doesn't matter what gender. So Arthur Hastings was his name. He's passed away quite some time ago. Arthur writes the story that he was witnessing firsthand. There was this teenager, that classic case, this little baby boy was lying naked on the bed, and he watched a set of rosary beads fly off the dresser, wrap the beads around the genitals of this little baby boy, and Arthur had to reach in and pull them off. What is going on with that? That's hard to fake, it seems to me. That's an example of large-scale something or other.
Is that real?
I trust Arthur. Now, my colleague in India, who's a neuropsychologist, thinks, well, there could be what is called group hallucinations. And on this book, the last author here
It's
is
a
guy named
splinter.
Lloyd Auerbach.
Well, I've got a bigger threat than
Because
you
the
with
first version
worse.
was written like it was written by, designed by a committee, and it read that way. And I said, Lloyd, can you fix this for us? So he rewrote it. I'll tell you a side story. It's his story. Come and talk to you. He's a ghost hunter and not a crazy man. And there's an aircraft carrier, the Enterprise, permanently brought in Alameda, California, as a museum. And he was on the board to get it set up safe for humans.
On my way.
And there are all kinds of funny stories he talks about that. That a whole bunch of engineers were sitting in the below deck aircraft hangar, and they see three guys in World War II military uniform running along a gangway high. He said you could see them, but you couldn't hear them. And everybody saw them. And they disappeared.
Creator.
You're not supposed to be
Destroyer.
there. They didn't answer and just disappeared. And then poor Lloyd got the impression that all his buddies make this place safe. They were joking with him. Hey, ghost buddies, we need some more chain. We've run out of chain. We'll have a lot of chain. The next day, miles of chains all over. Where the hell that came from? But the story of his, he talks on her. One of the board members,
choice but to keep going.
Old guy, and just didn't want to prove anything and screaming and yelling. So they said to Lloyd, "Is there anything you could do not to hurt them, to make the idea real?" Some typical lightning storm like we had yesterday here, and a tree in the parking lot of this in Alameda, and the tree fell over and crushed this poor guy's car. He wasn't anything good at the time. So what the hell's going on with that? Lloyd's written a whole book about it. In fact, I had it also been Sunday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So Lloyd talks about he's a ghost hunter. Not a crazy one, he said.
Definitely not.
This brings me, this interview is not going the way I had planned, but I'm just going to go with it. But I just want to say, in your introduction, we had said that you believed, it sounds like you believe consciousness dies with.
I do.
And so, if you believe your colleague, your colleague and friend Lloyd, is hunting ghosts, and he's not crazy.
How do I
How do you
square that round?
Yes.
Very good question.
Cub looks from
We've
you
always agreed
to
with
his
this.
dead mother.
We talk about this a lot, that the assumption that
Wait.
this is a discarded
Hungry.
entity, a ghost, even though they
A
call
single
it,
strike will
they
end
call
his
it ghost,
suffering.
noisy ghost. But it may not be that way. There may be some other mechanism of the more normal type, not
Hungry.
fraud, some
Food.
other mechanism that might be
You
involved
watch
in that
speechless
psychokinesis.
as the cub
Or
begins to
psychokinesis,
eat
if it's
his
real.
mother.
And to me, it's an open question. Not true on
Cub has a fighting chance
macropsychosis, but macropsycho is still open
That,
for me.
or we've just
But
prolonged its
it does
misery.
not necessarily require a discarded entity. That's an open question. I might be wrong.
I wish
Hey,
Edwin were
I've been wrong
here.
before.
What would you have
What
of
do you
us
think
now,
happens
true
when
soul?
we die?
Nothing.
You think we're just dead, lights out?
Yep.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, I can't say by experience yet. Talk to me 10 years from now, we'll figure it out. I've done a lot of reading, and most neuroscientists believe that consciousness is outgrowth of the brain, an emergent property of the
I don't
brain.
fancy their chances.
And if that is true, consciousness cannot survive synchronous death. Can't do it.
Experiences at all?
Still breathing.
I haven't, but
Despite
I've seen
everything.
into the research. There's an organization, the Foundation. They spent $5 million on research labs all over the world to address the question of near-death experiences. And Templeton is well known for spiritual things like that. And they publish it and go to their site and read it. That the idea was that they cannot find data to support that is a real phenomenon. The experience is real, but whether that you see your dead grandmother and you go in the light, you see the light, all those things. Trouble is, it's an interesting report because they say those are kind of expectations now. Didn't start off that way. When you have a near-death experience, and Joe had 2 or 3, I think. And he saw the rain going through his fingers, and I think he saw the light as well, if I remember right. Did he tell you the details of his near-death experience in Austria?
He did. Was this when he was poisoned? He did.
Good. I normally don't mention that until. So those are interesting open questions, which gets to the point. People ask me, why the hell are you doing this research, any kind? And for me, the answer is, I'm just quoting Chuck Honerton, actually. He said, you know, we may not be able to solve these questions about do you survive your possibly death and what is the meaning of life and all of those important, serious questions.
Charmed, I'm sure. Color me curious.
We are adding tools to the toolkit that somebody 50 years from now will be able to answer those questions.
Do you, with what you've come up, the fact that you think that consciousness dies with the body and there is no afterlife, I mean, does that...
Yeah. But Jews don't believe in an afterlife to begin with. It's supposed to be worth a fortune. Not why I don't believe in
Adventure awaits.
Is that, do you fear death?
Yes, why not?
Not that I know of. In fact, it seems to me, there was, I guess I can use a Star Trek example, which I was really loved. And briefly, the Star Trek was going around some planet, and they had a visitor from the planet there who was a brilliant astrophysicist. They knew that the star for that planet was going to go supernova, and he was working on the details to stop that from happening. And he has a romance on board the spaceship, and he says to the woman, "I have to go down for my exiting ceremony." "What are you talking about?" "When on our planet, when you reach 60 years old, you gather your friends and relatives around, and at the end of the party, you're dead." He said, "We do that because we need fresh blood, new people, new thinking." "But you're trying to solve..." No. And so she talks him out of going down to the planet for his exiting ceremony. And all the relatives come up and are ashamed. And finally he says, "I've got to go." And she says, "I now I'll have the pleasure of being there with you." So in some sense, that way. In fact, let me ask you this way. I've got a pill here. Mm-hmm. If you take this pill, you will live for the next 150 with perfect health. Would you take that pill?
Probably not.
Why?
Because I do believe in an afterlife.
Okay.
And I look forward to it.
Fair enough. That's a good answer. That's one of the best ones I've heard.
There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel it.
Because part of life is the renewal. Can you imagine working for the same boss for 150 years? Forget it. It's bad enough our Congress on both sides of the aisle, they're all too bloody old as far as I'm concerned. We need some young folks.
Definitely agree with that.
Yeah, so and that's a serious critique. I mean, the problem is, you know, here you are, World War II vet, or maybe 50s, and you see a problem. And boy, you go through the problem to get elected to Congress. By the time you get the problem no longer is relevant.
This thing will yield its
realm. Mm-hmm. And you see that all the time, and I don't care what party you're talking about, all the time. That's a terrible run with anything.
Agreed.
So let's not get into politics.
Yeah, let's not do that. You know, man, that's, you know, the other answer to that is there's a lot of beautiful things about family, lots of stuff.
You get to see them growing up and all that. Yeah.
We're all just trying to get through it.
Yeah.
You know, and everybody, you know, I don't know any other way to put it. Everybody's got their ball and they're dragging around, you know, with them as they go through life, and it gets heavy. It's real heavy at times, and you know, I believe when we go, we leave that ball and chain behind. But that's interesting. You don't nothingness.
Now, I've never been confronted in the battlefield where I'm facing death straight on.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see when time comes. But right at the moment, no. And I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm retiring from psi research the end of this year. Because
Let's get on with it. I'll go this way.
The daughter-in-law.
See.
My daughter, Jamie, is married to a woman named Laura, as a matter of fact. And she is a grief counselor. She's Jewish, and a grief counselor at one of the big health organizations. And we become really close friends. She is helping me transition. And she bought me a book. It's a centimeter thick. And it's entitled, You're Dead Now, Now What? And what that is it's not about survival or about death. What it is documents. It's a book of not to fill in, so that people left behind will know what your passwords are, what your bank account numbers are, and all the details that people have to undo when you're gone. Excellent. I loved it. I just absolutely loved it. And we could have an honest discussion about that. It was actually fun. Believe it or not.
Take your word for it.
Yeah.
But, wow. Well, let's get back to SRI. So, we were
Speaking
talking
of death.
Yeah, we were talking about, the agency, what caught the agency's attention to get the funding. What was the first intelligence organization to fund SRI? Was it CIA?
Yeah.
And then everybody else.
Keep moving, stranger.
CIA quit quietly because they were in trouble.
I told you to go.
So it picked up then by FTD, and then Dale Graff went to DIA, and they were funding us. And then I landed a
You're
contract
sent.
with the Army
Still,
Medical.
You should go.
U.S. Army Medical.
My friend is
Research
injured.
Command in Fort Detrick.
He needs rest.
And the commander there was Sergeant General and MD. And I thought,
He's not my
man,
clan.
he's got 2 strikes.
Of course he will.
He's a doctor.
And then we'll
no.
return home.
General, goodness me. Turned out he was the most fascinating man I ever met. We became really close friends, and Diane and I were.
No, I won't leave him.
Got married at the head table with him. He spoke n number of languages. I don't know how many.
If it comes to that,
Mandarin.
I may.
Just a very good guy. What he wanted to spend, he took. You know the term MIPR? Have you heard that in government funding? The Congress cannot, in fact, fund anybody except a executive branch agency. They can't fund SRI or me or you. So they have to send the money, called MIPR, the money to some other organization. So that's most of our money that way via Congress directly. But Gary Ratman, $1 million out of his own funding, money coming from Congress, to figure out how does this stuff work. He was the first one to say, we are doing research here to figure out how it worked. Now, it's not well known, and it's not secret. We had some remote spacecraft reviewing our targets on the ground. We want to know whether the Earth was a shield or not. It was not.
Okay. You put remote viewers in space.
You have my attention.
Gary Ratman did. Our job is just to run the targets on the ground.
Let's talk about that.
No, let's not, because I don't know any more about it. It's not written up by CIA anywhere. Not because it's secret. It's just one of those things you try and see what happens.
How about daily? What were you guys doing on a daily basis?
Having lots of fun. Because we had special clearances that most of the other people at SRI did not have. And we had one whole wing of the building, second floor, and cipher lock doors at each end. That meant behind those doors we could do stuff that no one else could do at SRI. Like when we had birthday parties, we had wine and cake and all kinds of good stuff. We worked hard and we played. We had Friday afternoon side medium and side floor on the upstairs third floor of the building lab. We'd show movies and have popcorn and beer.
This is the devil Will has been tasked to kill.
But that play hard was very, very important because it was a team organization. annoyed me as much as
He's still on my tail. I'm embarrassed
How are
for
you guys
him.
doing your recruiting?
that was hard.
You with the so-called paladins
Because
of
you can't
fear?
legally
Or
in
straight from the
California,
High
whole country,
Devil
ask her
herself?
questions on a recruit to join the research group that you are not supposed to ask. Does this bother your religious sensitivities?
Me, these guys are anything but holy knights. They serve an archdevil. See one I
tease that out of somebody because it's
A
really
great
important.
heat roars through her heat, fiery as the hells that you're lost in visions of demonic armies as you tear through a landscape of fire and blood. The blood war. You saw it from above as the Nautilus passed through Avernus. This woman was on the front line.
How would you recruit your subjects, such as people like
That's a
Joe?
different story. The Army and Fort Meade, the big question is how can we get
Not by
more
choice.
psychic
I'm a good skull
intelligence
crusher.
officers?
From that peek I got into your
And
head,
today we
I'm not
still
the only
have,
one
in
with
fact, the
problems
folks
on
down
top
in
of
Brazil
problems.
asking that same question.
A mind flayer tadpole.
we
I'm
have
Karlak. And you
Psychologists
are?
looking at every sort of personality factors, doesn't matter. Health
Ah.
factors, yeah. it plays
Thought
a
I'd
role.
lost the Blade of
Genetics
Frontiers on the
factors, we
mind
don't
flayer
know.
ship.
Um,
Well, if it isn't obvious by now, he's wrong
but
about
none of the
me.
normal tests
I'll prove
of
it to
skill
him
of
if he
any
stops.
kind,
Now that
external
we're old
skill.
pals, how would you feel
The
about
only thing
helping
we
me
can
kill
do
some
to
evil
find
bugs?
who's good at it
A little
is to
background,
have a room
if your
full of
moral
people
compass
try
needs
it.
something to point at. You
Do
already
two
know I
levels.
fought in the
First,
Blood War.
pick the
So
10%
good,
best people in the
Zariel,
room.
the archdevil herself.
Have them come in one at a time for 8
I
sessions.
played
and then
along until I
decide
could get the
whether
fuck
we're
out of
gonna
there.
And when we
Took
did
me
that,
Zariel sent goon after
as much
goon
as
to hunt me
600
down.
people,
The latest yappy
over
little
time,
dogs she sicked on me are
1%
nearby.
of them,
A group of dopes posing as
performed
paladins of
excellently
Tyr.
under laboratory conditions.
Want to help me take them down?
And that's frustrating. That's why we're hoping in
Dirty
Brazil,
work's the only
if we
kind
get
I
another
like.
signal in
But
an
there are a lot.
MRI,
After we've
that's
mopped
much
them up,
better to
we can
find
work on
people.
evicting this parasite and take.
She's, perhaps a little rough around the edges.
So you went through 600
But I suppose
subjects.
I can be smooth enough for
They were
two.
in groups. For example, 2 alumni groups from Stanford, group from Mensa.
Fuck yes.
They were
Looks
pissed
like
off
your
that the
troops all
Stanford group
trooped up.
beat them.
You'll need to send someone packing if
Which
you want me to join.
would be the case. Mensa pulled too much in their heads. The U.S. Geological Survey Group, which was right around the corner, and a couple. SRI. It was really interesting. SRI has an internet system, and so I started asking. We're going to have a brown bag lunch. We're going
The
to do some
mind
remote
is
viewing.
strong, but
And one guy.
the knees. Well,
I forgot his name now.
Let's
just went ballistic. We thought we got rid of those morons. This nonsense
alive.
bullshit. Why are we doing this? Blah blah blah. Well, we had 50 people from SRI sitting in the room, and this guy in the front row. Oh boy, he did the best in the room. This can't be real, but okay. We're going to do our 8 sessions on you. He scored beautifully, and we're still good friends. He says, I think, no, I'm sorry, you're screwed with it. You have this building. Own it.
Out of 600, we got 6 subjects. It's one.
Yeah.
And so, you know, when you're trying to figure out if this is genetically passed on, what kind of experiment are you conducting?
None.
To this out?
None. That's called. I'm not. Our group don't have it. We don't have it to do that. The folks down in Brazil do. You need to do familiar work. You have to familiar me within families. And we have a couple of data points that suggest, like Angela Ford is identical twin, and I had the pleasure of working with him. And at least with one trial, she seemed equally as good as Angela. And Joe claims that his fraternal twin was equally as good as he, or she had passed before that. So 2 data points don't make a model. That's where we are.
What type of experiments were you conducting?
Just regular remote viewing, like we just did.
When did it?
Bread and butter thing that I just did with. Have Tap will travel, like the movie Have Gun Will Travel.
I mean, the experiments, did they not develop, or was it the same experiment over and over again for
no,
10+ years?
We've gotten very sophisticated about it. I mean, I brought in a whole new mathematical approach to it, which people have wondered, how do you know in advance whether a particular remote viewing is good, bad, or indifferent, particularly if you're doing intelligence collection. You don't want to invest a lot of money if it's bullshit. So how do you prevent that from happening? And until our group know, but now we do know how to do that. Confidence call, so to speak.
Was SRI experimentations on, well, I know it wasn't strictly on remote, what else were you guys conducting studies on?
We did a bacteriological study, a PK salmonella bacteria. And the dependent mutation rate of the bacteria. And there's a whole group at SRI that studies that thing. It was kind of funny because we were triple blind. The head of that department knew what we were doing, but the person making the samples of salmonella bacteria, we had 9 test tubes, and she poured them into 9 test tubes from the same batch, and labeled them 1 through 9, locked them in an empty fish tank, and one of our colleagues would go and collect it. They'd put a tarp over it, and she'd wheel it across the campus to our laboratory, right by the active ingredient of food poisoning, right next to the cafeteria. We've got to be careful about that. But the idea was two ways. Participants are supposed to take the 3 test tubes on the left and decrease the mutation rate by psychic means, who knows what, by psychokinesis. The 3 test tubes on the right, increase it, leave the 3 alone, is one condition. Another one was randomly, depending on which participant, you could pick any 3 test tubes you want to increase the pick any other 3, any ones you want for the decrease, and then ones left over you left alone. That worked extremely well. And we have a different reason why that might work. It had nothing to do with psychokinesis.
What is the reason?
Well, there's a variation, there's a statistical variation in mutation rates anyway. So if you could use your psychic ability to find the ones that are faster mutating anyhow and say, I'm going to increase it there, you're not doing anything, you're just picking out ones that are more likely to be increasing and ones that are more likely not to be decreasing, using remote viewing, so to speak. In fact, we did a whole procedure and published it called decision augmentation theory. In other words, ESP is not good enough for major decisions. You should never do that because it's unreliable, but it can augment your decision a little bit in the right way. And that works.
In 1985, I believe you were named director of Stargate. Can we talk about how that happened, what those conversations were like?
Well, I was standing on very tall shoulders. Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ. They started Stargate, not named by that then. Russell left Masters in 1982, and Hal left in 1985. So I inherited the directorship. I'm glad. I loved it.
That's a big deal. I'll bet you were glad. What did you want to change about the program, if anything?
Well, is that an interesting question? Communication. Hal was a very talented guy. Still, I liked the guy a lot, but he just hardly communicated with anybody or anything. His right hand doesn't know what his left hand is doing. He used to work at NSA, and I think that as a Navy guy, and I might have influenced him, but it was hard to get it with you. And the other way around, I communicate too much.
And when NSA, CI, Secret Service, when any of these government organizations would approach, who would they approach when they wanted somebody to remote view a target? Would they approach SRI? Would they approach Joe Lee? Were you a part of that?
Well, before the Fort Meade group were involved, which means up to from 72 to all the way up to 70 about. I did it all the operational work. And so Hal would get a notice from, Department of State. One of the things we worked with was tunnels under the DMZ. Where the hell that came from, I don't know. But some of those things, they contacted either the people, they would call it SRI, RFP, request for proposal, and we give it to them.
Were you present during these remote viewings?
Which ones?
Any of them?
Oh,
all of them.
Well, from
This
that
direction. What are some of the most fascinating ones that just stick out in your mind? I'll bring one up.
Okay.
But I want to ask you about it. When I had here, he had talked about he remote viewed Mars, I believe, maybe it was BC, and saw and there was a pyramid. Are you familiar with this?
Yep.
I'll let you pick it up from there.
I don't believe a word of it.
You don't believe
No,
a word
because
of
you can't get such a function. It requires data feedback that it was correct or not. You cannot prove that statement.
Okay. What are
Because
some?
that's a fantasy. In fact, that there was a group called Heaven's Gate that had mass suicide in California because one of the remote viewers from Fort Meade said, the Kohoutek comet is coming by and it's surrounded by a spacecraft. The lizard people. He remote viewed that. And they're going to come and invade the Earth and eat all your youngsters or whatever the hell it was.
All right.
And 40 people, I don't know what the number is, I made it up. But a large number of people literally killed themselves out of fear. And I got called into what the hell's by the cops about that. That's the danger of making remote viewing without feedback. He had no idea what they're talking about. The danger.
A sense. What are some remote viewings that you still did have feedback?
Sure.
That were accurate.
Yeah. One of the things that the Department of Energy was interested in, would we use remote viewing to sense beam energy systems? And we had two that they paid $1,000 for remote viewings for each one viewing on that problem. One of them was called Project Rose at that time. It was a microwave, high-powered microwave generator on the in Mexico, Sandia National Labs. And we didn't know that, of course, at the time. We were held blind and said, here's a geographical coordinate person that's going to be standing a week from today. Tell us what you see. And Joe bloody nailed it. He said it's a, whatever it is, I mean, I could show you the point on it, but he drew, in fact, I'll bring an interesting thing up here in a minute, a contained environment. He drew something that looks like a microwave generative horn and some other details detailed about it. And he said, this thing is testing descriptive testing of something. He did. And it turned out that's exactly what it was doing. They were shining this high energy microwave thing on electronics to see what the effects were on the electronics. It was called Project Rose. And however, later we gave Joe feedback by driving to that location. And on the way there, the Sandia had a solar collection farm, a huge, maybe 100-meter field focusing the sun's energy on the top of a tower. And the tire was sparkling like crazy, all that. And we're stopped there, and I said to Beverly Humphrey with it, let's put a sack over Joe's head. He shouldn't be seeing this because it's in his future. And his hole full of mirrors. And the target had nothing to do with mirrors, which is a very interesting question. But We showed him the generator, and it worked really fine. We did another one on a high...
What was the instrument?
Pardon me?
You had said that was an interesting question.
Oh, yeah, okay. In fact, I'm doing a study now to study the some very effect. Look, let's suppose you're doing remote viewing. Somebody randomly chose something and it was a gas station. To give you feedback, there's a building on fire. Oh my God, look at this. And that is far more interesting for your remote view than the system.
Okay.
And yeah. So the question then is, how do you prevent that? And I don't think you can. So actually, with this idea, we did an experiment to test whether this business of changing of entropy, does that help people remote view? And we did that by creating sort of an entropy that the experimenter would be out at the site, and half the time she would pour liquid nitrogen into a bucket full of balls, and that would evaporate in 8 seconds, and that range of entropy. And that catch the remote view as a flashlight in a dark room.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
You don't use headphones, huh?
Messes up my hair.
Good to see you. What's your coat today? Every day is a new one.
Yeah, well, I've got this here, LGFG, Dmitry, the crazy Russian, and he, pays attention to what I'm doing and makes me the suits that he thinks are suitable. And
you're extravagant though. Like sometimes, like one half of the suit is one color.
Yeah.
Like you're getting bored. You just want to switch it up a lot.
He sends damn things, and I get them, and I think, there's no way I wear that. There's no way I'll wear that. And then I put it on, and I think, I like that. Yeah. And Tammy puts up with it. So
is it everyday suits now with you?
I'm in a suit pretty much all the time.
Reason for that?
Well, the original reason is probably because of my father, a teacher, and even in the 70s when that started to become, like the 1950s thing. And I asked him one time why he did that, and he said it would show respect for his students. And then when I was a professor, well, when you start to be a professor, not that much difference in age from your students. It's a good way of laying out a demarcation, and that was helpful. That's used. People like to know how these are delineated.
Right.
And professors like to think they're everybody's buddy, but that's not the relationship. And so that was helpful. And then in 2018, I realized that I was going to speak live in front of several hundred thousands of the tour. And I thought, you got to think when you have an opportunity that if you had the least sense, you'd pull out all the stops. So I had some expensive suits. And one of the things that happened in consequence of that, people started to come to the lectures in suits. I'd say about 40% of the audience dresses formally. And lots of the young guys who come, they tell me when I meet them afterwards, in meet and greets, for example, that they bought their first suit to come to the lectures. And so I wouldn't have ever expected that. And then Dmitry showed years ago with this portfolio of suits, one for each of the rules for my first book. And he put the rule underneath the collar at the back and just custom lining on all the suits. So I gave him a crack at it because he'd put some work into it, and that worked out very creative. Yeah, that two color suit, there's lamb's wool on it and goat's wool on the other, and it's an hell suit. So yeah, no kidding, eh? And this with iconography, Catholic and Orthodox, I got one of each, and that's because I was on my new book, which is called We Who Wrestle with God, which we will talk about, I hope. So that's the suit story.
Do you wrestle with God?
With every word. So, well, look, man. Well, look, part of the reason that you're so successful, in my opinion, is because you actually say what you think. Like, you're not putting on a show. Actually, you have you put on a whole bunch of shows and already been successful. And you're asking the questions that are genuine questions, and people can trust you because of that. means that you're letting the words emerge as they come to you. And doing that with each word, that's a decision, because you can use your language to manipulate, and you can use you for your own, say, hedonistic gain power. Or you can just think. All of those different choices are a decision. That's a wrestling. That's a moral decision. And it shines in every word. And so it's super. And that's part of the reason why in the Christian canon, the word is the basis of, it's the force it's the process that generates the order that's good out of possibility and chaos. Right? And so and Israel, the word Israel means we who wrestle with God. So that's the chosen people. Right? And so what that means, level even, is that if you're wrestling with your conscience, then you're someone who's chosen by God. And I think that's right. That's accurate.
It's interesting what you just said. One of Terence McKenna's lectures, he talked about a very profound psychedelic experience that he had where he was given this revelation that the world made out of words. Everything is made out of words. Like he had some sort of a profound understanding of what words really mean.
How much of the reality that surrounds you has been, what would you say, has emerged out of the realm of possibility because of what you've said? A lot. And you've had this huge influence on the world that's all a consequence, almost all a consequence of what you've said. And so there's an insistence in the Judeo-Christian canon that that the capacity that words have to shape is akin or identical to the process that generates reality itself. And I think that's true. That's why in the words of Genesis were described as formulated in the image of God. We're like a microcosm of the process that gives rise to order itself. It's a very different view than the bottom-up materialistic view of the Enlightenment and the scientific world. It's looking at things. It's the notion that one point of view is a field of indeterminate possibility. It's got some implicit structure as the science, but it's open, and you grapple with it like you grapple with your dawning conscience in the morning. What confronts you in the morning is a field of possibility. You approach that with a certain kind of orientation, and use your words and your linguistically to think to shape that possibility, that properly. Then you make, this is the Genesis 1 insistence again, you make the order that's good or very good, and that depends. So in the Sermon on the Mount, which is an instruction manual, Christ tells his listeners to orient themselves in the world properly. So he says, first, aim your heart at the highest good. Now, you'll get better at that as your vision clears, but that's the orientation. To do what's... Now, you might say, like Pilate said, well, what is right? What is truth? But most people know the difference between right and wrong. You know at least step by step what would move you forward and upward. So you orient yourself to the highest possible upward place. You make the assumption that other people have the same intrinsic value that you do. So that's your initial aim and presumption. And then you pay attention to the moment. And that's often the statement that gets Christ confused with the hippies, to consider the lilies of the field who do win. But that's not the instruction. The instruction is to aim up with everything. And then, having that firmly in mind, to pay attention, as much attention as you can to each moment, to allow the words to come to you that best suit that upward aim, not to subordinate your language to your own machinations or manipulations or your own hedonistic desire, but towards what's right. And if you do that, then what emerges out of possibility is akin to the garden, to the original garden in Gen, and it's the order that's good. Truthful language brings that's good. And that's that's an accurate way of portraying the role consciousness plays in reality. So, and it's not that viewpoint, by the way, isn't a Judeo-Christian canon. You see the same thing in the Taoist representation, because in the Taoist world you have a domain of order, serpent, and you have a domain of chaos. Sorry, I have it reversed. The domain of order is the white serpent. The domain of chaos or possibility is the serpent in the Taoist image, the two snakes, head to tail, and your job is the line between them, and you can tell when you're walking because that's where things are maximally meaningful. And so that's another element of vision, which is that if you orient yourself with upward aim and you straddle the line between order and chaos, then things become maximally meaningful around you. So, and Musk, I just did a podcast on Musk, and he talked about resolving his existential crisis, the existential crisis that he experienced when he was about 11 or 12. It was a crisis of faith, essentially. And the way that he resolved that and then so intensely was by understanding that if he pursued the path of the expansion of knowledge, that would be intrinsically meaningful. That's the path of adventure, all of that. And it's aligned with what matures you and makes you more responsible and sets the world in order. And the instinct of meaning signifies all that. And so I've written a lot about that in this book, We Who Wrestle with God, and that's what I've been lecturing about in 60 different cities, walking through these biblical stories one by one, partly because we have this wrestling match going on in our culture between the nihilists and the true believers, you might say. And one of the fault war is that no one stops to elucidate or delineate exactly what it is that we're arguing about. So you have people like they parody the traditional conceptions of God, a superstitious being, nothing more than a defense anxiety, or the opiate of the masses, the old man in the sky. The conceptualization of the Old Testament and the New Testament is unbelievably sophisticated. And to that kind of parody is a stunning disservice.
Dawkins is an odd duck. He's an odd duck because I think he knows also that there is some value in psychedelic experience, scared to have them. And
he won't look through Galileo's telescope.
But, he's had major health crises, right? Didn't he have some sort of or something like that?
I don't know. I think
he did. I believe he had a major health crisis. How much time do you have left, What are you going to do? You're going to just not try it forever? You're just going to dismiss everything forever? Like, people that diss things like that, this reductionist, you're essentially saying you have the answers. Mm-hmm. And to dismiss the whole question of God, or of whatever you want to call it, higher power, a creator of the universe, the itself as a conscious entity, whatever, to dismiss it just as you're trying to decipher the writings of fairly comparatively unsophisticated people, talking about people from many, many thousands of years ago without access to the information we have today. And so dealing with the fact that many of these stories were of an oral tradition for 1,000 years before they were ever written down. So to just dismiss that as superstition and silliness without any curiosity about of these things, why they resonate with people, and to just say that this is superstitious nuts that people choose to believe in, reductionist perspective of the known reality that we currently exist. It's a foolish way of interfacing with something, and it's shocking when a obviously brilliant man has a foolish way of interfacing with a very complex situation.
Especially odd in his case because he's also the formulator of the idea of meme. And like a religious story is a meme that's been selected by time and crowd. That's a good way of thinking about it. It strikes to the heart of the matter that are sophisticated beyond conscious understanding. Can I tell you a story? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. It's a good story for the psychedelic experience, perhaps, at least as an analog. So in the story of Exodus, there's a number of circumstances under which Moses has thought. And they're very useful stories to understand because they point you to how that can make itself manifest in your own life. So the first real encounter as with God is in the story of the burning bush. And by this time, Moses is an adult. He's left his home. He's gone out and he's apprenticed as a shepherd, which was a very, very hard job in those days. Birds not only had to protect the weakest, serve them, but also keep the lions and the wolves by themselves out in the wilderness. It was a job. And Moses has mastered this. So he's grown up and he's adopted that's like a standard social role. You know, he's a husband, he's a shepherd, he's an adult. Okay, and so kudos to him. One day he's out in the wilderness by the holy mountain. I think it's a hot story, but the holy mountain is always the place where heaven and earth touch. And so sorts of transformation stories that occur in biblical accounts at Mount Horeb, where God and earth meet. And he's out near the holy mountain, and something attracts his attention. And he goes off the beaten path to investigate. That's the first bit of wisdom derived from the story. You'll have your role, should have your role as a socialized adult, kind of a type, or maybe even a cookie cutter. You've adopted this mature social role. It doesn't make you a full individual, but it's better than being immature and staying in your father's tent, for example, which is what Abraham does until he's very old. So something attracts Moses' attention, and he goes off to investigate. Okay, so, and then he sees that it's a burning bush. And so what's a burning bush? Well, it's the tree of life, and life is often represented as a branching tree. And it's on fire because it's compelling, because fire is compelling, and fire is alive, and it's a symbol of life because everything that is alive burns. That's what metabolism is. And so a burning bush is like life itself to the ultimate degree, and that's what attracts Moses' attention. And he gets closer and closer, which means he investigates more and more deeply. And as he investigates more deeply, he starts to understand that he's nearing the depths. He's on sacred ground. He takes off his shoes, and that's an indication of his willingness to transform in identity. And he continues to investigate. And then the voice of being itself speaks to him from the depths.
I know what
and it tells him that,
don't let her hurt us.
It reveals itself to him as the ground of being itself. And it transforms him into the leader who invites his people away from slavery and who stands up against tyranny. That's the story of Moses.
Something in the squint of his.
And so what does that mean for the ordinary person? Well, it means that you need to grow up and adopt a role. You need to mature. You need to be a good man in your time. But then you have to pay attention to see what attracts your attention, calls to you, because there's an autonomy about that, right? You don't get to pick what interests you. It picks you. And you can respond to that call and investigate or reject it. Those are your options. And if you reject it, you stay in your box. But if you follow it, something will call you. And then if you investigate that, that will transform you. And if you investigate it deeply enough, it'll transform you into the person who can stand up against tyranny and who can lead his people away from slavery. And that's how God is defined. God is the thing that calls to you to take you out of your role, that will shape the manner in which your psyche transforms itself as a consequence of your creation into what calls to you. So that's the God that's portrayed. That's one image of the God that's portrayed in the Old Testament.
Are you aware of some of the more recent work that's been done by scholars in Israel? These guys have now come up with this, that the burning bush actually it was a DMT experience, and that the burning bush was most likely that the acacia tree is apparently rich with DMT, and they think, you know, the way you get a DMT experience, you smoke it, right? And they had some method of achieving psychedelics through this. And this is where Moses is in God.
Well, we have one of the things.
Have you read any of that stuff?
I know about the theorizing, and it's certainly the case that people using psychedelic experiences for we don't know how long, hundreds of thousands of years, no doubt, and they've had a profound cultural consequence. One of the things about psychedelic experience is amplifying a sense of intrinsic interest, right? So it strips perceptions of their inhibition by memory. That's a good way of thinking about it, so that you see what's there instead of your habits of perception. And so it's a way of amplifying You could think of it as a way of amplifying what's represented in the biblical calling. And the thing that's odd about the calling, well, you know, when you're laying out a podcast, when you're participating in a podcast, following a golden thread, right? Where your takes you and your curiosity takes you, and that's not something you can pre-plan, right? It's something that happens in the moment. So imagine that your goal of having the most interesting conversation possible and communicating what's derived to the broad number of people. So that's the overarching goal. Okay, now you focus on the moment, and spirit arises within you. That's a good way of thinking about it. That's the logos. The spirit arises within you. It leads you on a pathway that's an investigation into the truth. That's part of that calling. The psychedelic chemicals, they heighten that. They heighten the manifestation of the underlying mystery. That's another way of thinking about it. They do that neurochemically. And so, now what's the association between that and religious revelation in the Bible? We don't know. We don't know.
Have you read any of Marco Allegro stuff?
No.
John Marco Allegro wrote a book called The Sacred.
Yeah. I read that back. Oh my God. 1974.
Oh, so you probably read it before it was brought up by the Catholic Church.
Oh, I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, it was brought up by the. You have to get old copies of it if you wanted to buy it, and then it was recently republished.
Yeah, I read that a long time ago. I had no idea what to make of it when I read it. I thought, I have no idea what to do with this.
It's a problem because to really understand what he's saying, you need understanding of those ancient languages.
Yeah, right. It's very difficult to evaluate.
Because there's very few people that are even qualified to, like, many people have disputed some of his, like, he has one claim that the word Christ can be traced to an ancient Sumerian word that means a mushroom covered in God's semen.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was his assertion that the idea was that they thought when it rained, that rain was the giver of life, and it was God's semen that made things grow, and that these mushrooms, they would show up so quickly. You know, if it rains, if you go to bed, you could look out at just your lawn and it's complete grass, mushroom in sight. And you can go to bed and then wake up in the morning, there'll be big mushrooms. And that these things, when they would eat these psilocybin mushrooms that would appear out of nowhere, they were referring to them as God, that this was like a gift from God, and that was tracing back to the origin of Christ. But it's torture, like, to really understand and to be able to dispute it, you have to have a deep understanding of Aramaic. You'd have to have a deep understanding of Aramaic. You'd have to have a deep understanding of the original doctrines, like what is the actual translation? What does it mean? You'd have to understand the ancient Hebrew version of it. How does it differ?
All the webs of association.
Oh God, it's so crazy. When we read it in English, I mean, what was the original version? The original version, all the ancient letters, ancient Hebrew, also doubled as numbers, right? Words had numerical value. Like the word love apparently have the same numerical value. That is a bizarre for us to try to wrap our heads around, which you know that words also have numbers in them, that your letters also mean numbers, and that there's value, certain numerical value to certain words, and that you would use them in the context of these conversations, you would understand, where I don't understand. I don't have that. I have English. It's like we have math, we have language. They're separate.
Don't get too
and
close.
You're missing something in what they're trying to say. So what John Marco Allegro is doing, he's taking the oldest version of these stories on record, right? He's taking the Dead Sea Scrolls. He's taking stuff that's literally written on animal skins, and one of the ways that they deciphered it to try to put it all together, to take the DNA samples of these parchments to try to figure out which ones are from which cows, if they're from different cows. And that's part of the way they figured out how to put all this stuff together. This guy studies this for 14 years. And he was the only ordained minister that was a part of this deciphering committee. I think there was 14 people. I don't remember how many people. It might have been 20, but he was the only one of them that was agnostic. So he had become, when he had started studying theology, he kind of lost his faith apparently. You know, when he started realizing there's so many versions of these stories, they're coming from different places. It became sort of like, hey, I think I'm agnostic. I'm just gonna like step back and have this approach of not knowing, not having a doctrine, not having an ideology that I'm attaching myself to. And so then when he goes through all of this is a great late scientist, by the way. This is not looking for psychedelics to be a part of everything.
Yes, it's a very serious book.
Right, and there's a lot of those people that are doing that. They're looking for psychedelics to be a part of everything, sort of to validate or justify their own use of these things. He wasn't doing that at all. You know, and he wasn't like Wasson, where a guy who went down and experienced the psychedelic experiences in Mexico and then came back and described them for mainstream literature. This guy was doing it like
a scholar.
And his whole purpose was just to decipher the Dead Sea Scrolls. But it was so compelling to him when it was over, he like had to break banks, and he had to write this book. And then they took that book out of circulation, I believe. Right? Find out what happened with the Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, how it was, because he published another book shortly afterwards that was the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Christian Myth.
Next time we find ourselves
it felt to me when I read that one, it's almost like he has to write a book because they took the other one away, because it was kind of like saying most of the same stuff. But he believed that it was that what they were writing about, a lot of it was fertility rituals and psychedelic experiences, and that they were hiding a lot of these stories, like they were hiding the knowledge underneath these stories, to parables and all these different ways to try to from the Romans and obscure it from the people that, so they wouldn't know they would know the secrets of this thing, this ritual. They would experience God.
So why is it that psychedelic use has played the role that it's played in your interests and your pursuit of? What do you think it's done for you that's been valuable?
I think we're in a weird place in society. The term drug is a blanket, and it covers things that have vastly different effects. It covers caffeine, it covers nicotine, and it covers dimethyltryptamine, which is crazy. Crazy that all those things are drugs. Adderall's a drug. Benzodiazepine is a drug. Xanax, there's a million of them, different, and they're all drugs. And the idea that psychedelics are a drug, for lack of a better term, that's what we use. I don't think that's what they are at all. I think they are probably why we became people. I think they are probably why society advanced. And I think every great ancient culture probably celebrated them and used them. It seems like there's so much evidence out of Egypt of the use of psilocybin, various different drugs, various different psychedelic experiences, the iconography of the pineal gland seems to be a big part of multiple cultures, not just Egyptian, but even Catholicism. If you go to the Vatican, there's this enormous pine cone that is a statue there. And I was very lucky when I went to the Vatican. We got a guide. We hired a private guide that was a scholar from France. And when he's not working in the summers, he gives these tours, and they're very thorough. And he was a brilliant guy. I wish I could remember his name. I should probably find it out to give him credit. Brilliant guy. So he takes us through, showing us all his artwork. It's incredible. Explaining why they had little penises, and that there's this thing. Big penises were thought to be barbaric, and it was not representative of like someone of class and dignity and education. And so we get to this pine cone, and he says to me, he goes, "Do you know what this represents?" And I said, "Is it the pineal gland?" And he goes, "Yes." And then we start this conversation of why these Catholics would have this enormous representation of the pineal gland, which they reference as the seat of the soul, and that this gland, which is in the center of your brain, is thought to be literally a third eye. And on reptiles, it actually have a cornea lens, this gland. Like, literally, it's exactly where the third eye of Eastern mysticism is. And they've got a representation of it right here. And it's thought to be and this whole connection to it is so old that it seems like you go back to the John Marco Allegra stuff, you go back to the Dead Scrolls, the oldest version of the Bible, the only version I believe the only version they have in Aramaic of all those stories. And if he's right, if John Marco Allegro is right, it all kind of makes sense that these people were having these experiences, much like the Greeks were with the Eleusinian mysteries, much like multiple different cultures, Amazon, all over the world have experienced these profound ceremony experiences that lead to these journeys into the spirit world, these connections with higher consciousness, this something that when you're experiencing it seems very, very real, but also preposterous when you try to explain it to people that aren't experienced. You know, it's like Hendrix. Like, are you experienced or been experienced? Well, I have. Like, it's that. Like, with that understanding that that's possible, the world changes. Because now you know that that's possible. You could live your whole life and not know that the most shocking, profound thing in existence is 3 hits away. 3 hits away. And all of a sudden, you're in a completely different universe in 20, 30 seconds. That's nuts. And the fact that that is dismissed, people look at it as like, oh, you're just escaping reality, and you're... It might be the source of civilization itself. It might be the source of language. It might be the source of the expansion of the human mind over a period of 2 million years, the doubling of the human brain over a period of 2 million years, which Terence McKenna felt directly coincides with the shifting of the tropical rainforest turning into grasslands, which would force these primates to explore new food sources, and these ungulate cows that were everywhere that would shit, and then these psilocybin mushrooms in their shit. Observed primates flipping over these cow patties, looking for beetles and grubs and things to eat. It's everywhere. Like, you can see it all over Africa. If there's something on that, they're going to try it out. And if these things are trying it out, they're doing this of 2 million years, and they develop language and culture and weapons, and they start thinking about things, and they become different than every animal around them. And this was McKenna's stone date theory, which I'm sure you're familiar with. And Dennis McKenna, who is, you know, a legitimate scientist, Dennis explains it even better, because he's the actual mechanisms that your brain, that would, the things that fire up when you encounter high-dose psilocybin experiences that would lead you to the development of language. Solalia, the connection of sounds and objects and bringing things together in a manner of communication. Also, they realized that in low doses, it increases visual acuity. It makes people more amorous, makes people hornier. They're going to have more sex. They're going to be better hunters because they can see better. They're going to be a little more sensitive to the environment. They're going to be more aware. Edge detection's different. There's like so many different things that happen that if you're thinking about what made people people, it's a mystery. We won't pretend that we understand things. Fossil records and this and that. Sure, we kind of understand, but every now and then we find a new human that we didn't even know existed. Like Dennis Ovens. What was that? Even 20 years ago, I don't think? So now there's a whole other branch of human beings that they weren't even aware of 20 years ago. Whatever the fuck happened that took us from all the other primates that are still here and made us this. It's pretty profound. And I have a feeling that psychedelics were at least involved in the process. That's my belief. And my belief is that the Psychedelics Act of 1970 that they passed essentially to target civil rights activists and anti-war activists. That's what they did. They wanted to go after the hippies. And they went after the hippies with MK Ultra, with Tom O'Neill so brilliantly outlines in his book Chaos. They went after it and they created the Manson family. They created that family. They taught that guy how to do that so that that guy would kill people and he would be a psychopath, and now hippies would be psychopaths. all this anti-war shit would just get stopped by sensible people. Then Schedule 1, everything. Psilocybin, marijuana, all down the board. Everything becomes Schedule 1, the most illegal of illegal things. So all these people who are experiencing all these Ken Kesey people and, you know, all the LSD people of the 60s, all criminals instantly. And they just threw water, and it worked. It really worked. It was Nixon and all the people that were in charge back then. If you look at what happened from 1960 to 1980, this confusing era of the 70s where the effects are wearing off, and then you get into the 80s and everybody's doing coke and they have makeup on, big hair, and the music sucks. It's like something happened. Something happened. And what happened was they completely removed everything that had changed culture so rapidly from the 50s to the 60s. Like, I'm a gigantic fan of 1960 automobiles. I love them. There's something about the shapes of them, the way they sound. I mean, part of it is that I grew up in the 80s, and those were the cars I wanted. When we were kids, you know, if a guy drove by in a 1969 Camaro, we would all be like, whoa, look at it. Look at that thing. It was, but there's something about shapes. There's something about the designs of those cars that resonates so strongly today. A 1990 car is shit. Nobody wants your fucking 1990 Camaro. Get the fuck out of here with that. If you have a 1968 Camaro, we'll stop in a parking lot and stare at it. What is that? I think those guys are on drugs. I think all those guys are on drugs. I think the guy who created Corvette had to be on drugs. These guys, they felt something the same way Hendrix felt something when he was on stage playing guitar in a way nobody had ever heard before. That guy, and everybody was like, what the fuck is he doing? It was so different that Eric Clapton walked for the first time and was like, I should probably guitar. Like, what the fuck am I doing compared to this guy? Like, Jesus Christ, everybody was like humbled and confused by it. Psychedelic inspired, 100%. 100%. There's something about throwing water on that in the 1970s that I think has done a massive disservice to our civilization, a massive disservice. Because it's equated these things with people that have poor discipline and bad social skills and ne'er-do-wells who fail in society, and that's not true. So, and all these people that I know that are billion people that are like super rich people that run these financial institutions, and I know a lot of like brilliant venture capitalist guys and brilliant tech guys, and almost all of them are enthusiasts. Almost all of them have had these experiences, and they're all kind of quiet about it. And it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate because of these stupid laws that were passed 50 years ago. We've gotten ourselves this weird crunch where we've made things illegal that massively help people progress in life and sort things out if we use them correctly. If we could run proper studies about what is the correct dose. Is there a person that has a certain sort of biological makeup that makes these drugs problematic? Should we find out someone's allergic to them? There's many medications and many different compounds and many plants and natural things that people are allergic to. Let's avoid that. Let's try to figure out people what works, what doesn't work. Let's have legitimate counselors that could guide people through experiences. People that have experienced it themselves and understand how to do this with intent and possibly aid your life. They have been shown to be hugely beneficial for soldiers, for our military men and women coming back from overseas experiencing trauma, to help them get past that. And yet they're illegal still. We're both middle-aged men, right? So who is telling us what we can and can't do? This is preposterous. This is other men our age that haven't had these experiences maintaining this control on them in a completely ignorant way. They don't even know what they are. They don't know what these things are. They don't know what the experience is, and yet they want it to be kept out of the hands of, keep it off the streets. We've got to keep drugs away from our society. And you don't know what I'm talking about. It might be why we're here, and it also, the absence of it might be why we're so fucked up. It might be why we're so disconnected, why we're so disjointed. Our society is so hypocritical. I mean, the most pro-life people are also pro-death penalty. Across the board, everything. The people that want no crime but don't want to stop the emergence of crime by funding programs to try to fix the inner cities. They want to, our whole thing is disconnected. And I have a feeling that a big part of that is that we have not been given access to tools that have helped people literally be who we are today. And if read Brian Murarescu's work, and if he's correct, and these people that are studying the Eleusinian mysteries and the literal evidence of democracy as we know it, all of it came out of psychedelic experiences.
So I had Timothy Leary's old job at Harvard.
That comes with a lot of weight.
Yeah, and I knew some of the people that knew him. And so you could say that what happened in the 1960s, and this is relevant to the psychedelic experience, let's say, is that the emergence of mushrooms in particular, and then LSD, indicated to a swath of the population, like Leary and like Ken Kesey, that our perceptions were locked in kind of a box, in a box that we didn't even really, that we weren't even conscious of. I suppose that's the box of conformity. And the psychedelics released a wave of nonconformity. And Leary crystallized that with his tune in, turn on, and drop out. Now, there was a major problem with that, and that was partly what led to the... So you might say that the first stage of something a religious revelation is the understanding that your perceptions have been constrained by forms of conformity that were so extensive that you didn't even understand them. You didn't even know they were there. And so you're freed from that. And then maybe the first response to that is the celebration of an unlimited freedom. But the problem with that is that freedom from constraint and hedonism is not freedom. It's just subjugation to a kind of instinctive chaos. And that emerged with the hippie culture. And Leary made a huge mistake when he said, tune in, turn on, and drop out. He should have said, tune in, turn on, and grow up. I'm dead serious about that, because there's a different form of responsibility that emerges once you realize that you were constrained by a conformist box, let's say like Moses when he was a normal shepherd, that you can step outside of that, but you don't step outside of that into worship of the golden calf like in hedonistic orgies. You step outside of that with a conscious upward aim. And if the use of transformative technology like psychedelics isn't accompanied by that framework of enhanced responsibility, then it can degenerate into a kind of hedonistic chaos.
Right.
And that's what the Nixon types were reacting to. They were terrified by it. And they had the reasons to be terrified, because, as you're intimating, these technologies are unbelievably potent, stabilizing. That stabilization can be used for, let's say, for better or for worse.
Right.
And it should be for better. That's complex. It's a very complex thing to manage. And so Carl Jung said that the main functions of religion was just having religious experiences. And what he meant by that was that a direct experience of the transcendent is enough to shake you to the ground, destabilize not only you but your culture. This is why there's another scene in the story of Exodus.
But could you explain further, like expand on what he was meaning by that? But to keep you from having religious experiences?
Well, if everybody goes their own enlightened way, let's say, there's no social cohesion, there's no unity of purpose, there's nothing but fragmentation. Part of the danger of the hippie movement in the 19th was a counter-social fragmentation.
Right.
Now, you can imagine, things get so constrained that everybody's exactly the same, and that's a complete totalitarian catastrophe. But you can imagine the opposite catastrophe, which is that, well, everyone's letting it all out and doing their own thing. And that's equally dangerous.
Right.
And so there's some balance in the middle. Well, that's that balance between chaos and order that referring to earlier.
It's also an ignorance of this that's involved in maintaining a society.
Definitely.
That you need discipline and people need to work to maintain the society that you enjoy to be a hippie.
Well, you can imagine that complex social order can be maintained something like mindless obedience.
Right.
That's suboptimal. But you really enlightened responsibility.
Right.
Now,
That's a great way to put it.
Right. That's a very off though, because it means that you have to leave out the box of social constraint, and you have to take the responsibility onto yourself. That's better to manage it, but that is definitely not what Kesey or Leary, for
what
example,
you're saying
were preaching to the masses.
Is like an admirable thing people just should aspire to.
It's the best possible. Okay,
yeah, it's the highest goal.
Let me give you another example of this, if you don't mind. I'm using another biblical story.
Why are you biblical? Lights are flickering behind you, almost like God is interacting with us. There's spirits in the room, Jim. Have you noticed the light flicker? Haven't noticed it? Keep an eye on it.
Hopefully they're the right spirits.
Well, I think they always are.
Yeah, well, so in the story of Abraham is he's an old man when the story starts.
As soon as you start talking about Abraham, start flickering again. It's going out.
It's one of my tricks, man.
I'm telling you, dude, it's never happened before. This is wild.
So Abraham is like 70 years old when the story starts, and we don't know anything about him. He's completely nondescript. He's a case of failure to launch. So rich parents, and he has everything he needs at hand. So he can live the life of a satiated infant. He's in the throes of materialistic plenty. Okay, and the voice of God comes to him. Now, but it's characterized in a very particular manner. So God comes to Abraham as the call to adventure. And that's a very useful thing to know. So in the Moses story, God comes to Moses as that which attracts his interest and takes him off the beaten path. In the story of Abraham, God comes as the spirit of adventure. And God makes Abraham a deal. It's a very specific deal, and it's the best possible deal. This is the covenant, by the way. This is the covenant. So God tells Abraham, if you leave your zone of comfort, if you remove yourself from your father's tent, if you move away from infantile materialistic satiation and go out into the terrible world, and you do that voluntarily, you have the adventure of your life, this is what will happen. You'll be a blessing to yourself that's genuine. So instead of being racked with being self-conscious and taking yourself apart with guilt and shame, you'll ride the wave of adventure and you feel that your life is a blessing. Not only will you feel that, it will be a blessing. That's the first thing that will happen. The second thing will happen is that other people will notice and your name will become renowned, and that will be valid. You'll be a blessing to people in that regard. Your name will be held. So you'll stand out among your peers, but in a justifiable manner that's a consequence of your own intrinsic merit. The third thing that'll happen is that you'll have the opportunity to establish something permanent. For Abraham, it's a dynasty, right? He's offered the possibility of being the father of nations. And the fourth thing that happens is you'll do it in a way that's of cardinal benefit to everyone. So what happens in that story, this is so cool, so remarkable. It's the answer to the machine, by the way, as well. So what takes the call to adventure, which is that children move out into the world, the spirit that you encourage if it lines that up, and if you follow that and let it pull you, your life will be a blessing to you. Your reputation will grow. You'll establish permanent, and you'll do that in a way that's good for everyone. Right? So that's a hell of a good, and that's the story of Abraham. Okay, so why is that relevant to the psychedelic debate? Because if you're going to move into the zone of the transcendent, you have to take on requisite responsibility, or the process of transcendence turns into something like a descent into unstructured chaos. Improvement. It's just a movement from tyranny into the desert. That's a good way of thinking about it. So what happens in this story, because it also details out how this should be structured, is that Moses has a vision of individual responsibility and social organization that's maximally responsibility based. So Moses tells the Pharaoh to let his people go, but that's not the phrase. God tells Moses to say this. He's, let my people go so they may worship me in the desert. And so you move up. That's what happens, let's say, in the throes of a psychedelic, is that the preconceptions are shattered. Now you're somewhere unstructured. Okay, well, you can't worship what's unstructured. You have to find the proper structuring for your new freedom. The vision put forward in the book of Exodus is a vision of multi-dimensional, responsible identity. So you take on responsibility for your own life. You take on responsibility for the life of your wife or your husband. You take on responsibility for your family. You're a model for your state. You do what you can for your nation. That's all united under your higher orientation. And that's ordered freedom. It's ordered freedom. It's not the same as the hedonistic freedom that the people like Nixon and the sort of right-wing conservatives of the 1960s were terrified by, that kind of hedonistic anarchy. It's not freedom.
It erupted out of nowhere. We're right now in 2024. I want you to imagine 2014. It's the same. It's the same. There's nothing different other than the threat of AI and war. Socially, the world's the same. You go from 1956 to 1966, you have a completely different world. Completely different world. Everyone's going crazy. The opposition to the Vietnam War has got people in the streets. Ken Kesey, Tim Leary, Tune In, Drop Out, all that. This world is changing in this radical way. There's been nothing like it. And in a lot of what you're saying, these experiences happening and people just disconnecting and discipline and structure and just experiencing these things and just disconnecting completely from society was the problem. That was the problem.
It's a major problem. Well, it's still a problem now to some degree because people who, let's say, nonconformist freedom don't. The replacement for freedom isn't hedonistic anarchy. And that's partly because it's it's also pointless. It's also pointless and meaningless. And it's partly pointless and meaningless because imagine, and this is part of the implication of the story of Abraham, is that the instinct of meaning comes to you, pursue a pathway that specifies, what would you say, the limitless development of your integrated psyche. But it's not just the psyche, it's the integration of the psyche with all the different levels of society. Like, for example, insofar as you're put together, you're going to be a highly functional husband to your wife, right? Like, your psychological organization, integration, cannot be divorced from the union that you make with your wife. They're the same thing, and then you can extend that to your kids. For you to get your act together means simultaneously that you establish a relationship with your wife and with your children. Those are the same thing. And then if you can manage that, the same thing with the broader community. It all stacks up musically. Health doesn't become how your psyche is organized internally, which is what clinical psychologists misled people believing. It's more like harmony from the psyche society when everything is stacked up properly to the up to the highest level possible of being. And that's another of God. So one of the things I tried to do is to actually define what it is about. Because the old man in the sky superstition doesn't cover the territory. For example, if you look at God in the story of Abraham and you say, do you believe in that God? What you're asking, even though you might not know it, is do that there is a call to adventure and that following that call will not only you but serve society in the highest possible manner. And that's a pretty straightforward question. It has very little to do with anything even vaguely superstitious. That call there. You're certainly rewarded in your children if you have the least bit of sense. And so I've been trying to define what it is that we're arguing about. And so there's another definition too that you see this in the story of Adam and Eve.
Finally return to, well,
so in the story of Adam and Eve, one of the ways God is characterized is as the spirit that causes pride and presumption. So, well, do you believe that exists? It's like, how often in your own life has pride gone before? Is there some spirit operative in being that shows you the error of your ways when you get ahead of yourself, or not? And if the answer to that is no, you say, well, you have no conscience. Nothing calls you on your moral impropriety, your overreaching. No one wants to be near you if you want to go, that's for sure. And is that real? of the ways God is presented in the Old Testament is this dynamic between calling and conversion. So there's the calling that is indicated in the story of Abraham and Moses that pulls you forward to your life, and the other side of that point of conscience that tells you when you're wandering off the straight and narrow path. That's more the voice of negative emotion and threat detection. And calling is more like the emotion that pulls you forward and invites you. But you need the dynamic. That's the pillar of light or of darkness that guides the Israelites across the... Jonathan Pajot helped me figure that out. Just flattened me when I laid it out, because the Taoist view of the world and the ancient Jewish view of the world stack on top of each other, and the implication is straight. It's like you leave a tyranny and you're lost. What guides you when you're lost? The interaction between what calls you forward and the constraints of your conscience that warn you when you're deviating from the path. That's the definition of God. It emerges from Exodus.
And the balance of be able to figure out which is which, apply them. And the balance, this is why you have to have the least amount of problem and keep your body as healthy as possible. All these other things that are influencing the way you interact with the world. You gotta have everything. All of it has to be kind of balanced together in order for you to have a mess.
Otherwise you can't see.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. And it's hard.
And you have to want to see it.
Yeah.
So why do you want to see it?
Me?
Yeah.
It's just my instinct. I follow my instincts with everything.
Why?
I don't know. I think because a lot of guidance when I was young, because I was a latchkey kid and forced to split apart, a lot of. I think I developed my own appreciation of my instinct, of my thought, and I had seen enough people by the time I was a young boy ruin their lives and I'd seen these poor decisions. Right, I'd seen thinking and excuse making and laziness.
Right, so you could see the negative
Yes,
consequences.
I'd seen all these things, and because I didn't feel protected, I genuinely felt like I was on my own. I had to figure things out. I developed a very early trust and recognition of the importance of that, and it's led me through my entire life. That I ever did that was like a big risk was like a calling to me. Every single thing that I ever did, from getting into martial arts, I was not doing it to doing it every day, all day, 7 days a week. It was a calling. Like I was called. It was like my mind interfaced with whatever that was, martial arts was, and said, "This is my ticket out of here. Like this is my ticket to be a different person."
Was that discipline? What was the ticket, do you think?
I don't even know if you call it discipline back then, because it was more of a passion. So when you're obsessed with something, it doesn't require discipline, because you can't wait to do it again. Discipline, Mike Tyson said best. Mike Tyson said best. He said, discipline is doing something you hate, but doing it like you love it.
Light on my feet.
Like you're in training camp like Mike Tyson was for a big heavyweight fight. You're pushing the limits of your physical endurance recovery because you're trying to achieve an adaptation. You can't maintain fight-ready fitness all year round. One thing that people don't understand about like fight-ready, like a guy like Islam Makhachev, who is the UFC lightweight champion, the pound-for-pound best.
Something like... And you magicked up a key.
Think of it. No more caves. We'll be in a city.
But that's not what happened.
Look at them. How happy they are. Did that. Look us up when you...
To beds and hearths. To dirt.
Look at them all. Guzzling poison like we've the right to be happy. Perhaps it'll make the evening more tolerable. This party's a bit more bearable.
Ah, hells. I was hoping you wouldn't notice I was gone. No. I'm deeply proud of you. A touch less so of myself. In truth, I feel in a festive mood, and I didn't want to cast a grey cloud over the night. These people are still in danger. 1,000 perils will still threaten them. They aren't ready to get on the road on their own. Your words cheer more than any party could. But, off with you. This is your day. Have a dance. Enjoy music. Some time alone beneath the stars, and I'll be back to my old self. Promise. Still, it's a night to remember. You've made of that.
Without you.
I know you.
Sherry! It's infernal for cheers. Possibly turnip.
Always work for a guard. You? Always wanted to sing at the elf.
Thank. There's that confidence I like. I thank you for seeking me out. Amid this merriment, I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to speak this evening. I was hoping you'd spent. There was something rather magical I wished to show you. A lesson. And trust me when I say few have experienced the pleasure I offer to teach. However, it's something best experienced in more intimate surrounds. Once the revelry is ended, and the stillness of the night has been restored. For now, please, enjoy the celebration. When it is done, I will show you all.
Aha, there you are. Come now, settle in. I do hope you have partaken of something bracing. This may... Why, your name? That ballad was but a crude preview, a frame without its crowning jewel. Your non-burger. Something iconic, but not too much of a mouthful. We don't want to exclude the common folk after all. I intend this tale to enrapture all. Not to meddle in your side of this partnership, but slay goblin. After all, no. Wait.
Feel rotten.
Might be the wine talking, but I'm feeling inspired. Thinking of writing my next song about you. But I need an angle. Any ideas? One raunchy ballad coming up.
Go on now. Don't waste a night like this talking to me. We'll discuss your problem tomorrow. I have time to spare for that, I sense. I'm surprised you haven't had your fill of me already. Ah, I see. Perhaps go on and...
Thunderway!
You have no... how the singing we could probably do without. But even so, thank you.
You 3 for us. That's a change from most adults I know. That sounds like the wine. Go on, enjoy yourself. When the barrel's tapped out, I'll be there to save the night.
You know, I never pictured myself as a hero. Never thought I'd be the one they toast for saving so many lives. And now that I'm here... I hate it. This is awful. We killed some goblins to save some tieflings. The tally of lives didn't change much. But I get for all my hard work. A pat on the head and vinegar for wine. Pfft.
It's a heavy, rich red, dry and sharp.
See what I mean? Awful. All I want is a little fun. Is that so much to ask? What the hell? Sex. Passion. Fun. It's easy for some, of course. You and Gale seem to be getting on very well. I wonder if he uses magic in the bed. That could go very well, or very badly. No, my love, I'm of the walking encyclopedia. But you go ahead.
Hope you're enjoying the...
Everyone seems to be in high spirits. I saw you with Gale. Far be it from me to judge. Blood. Strange. You know who I never thought I'd find myself caring for? You're wet. But not what I mean. I mean, desperate people. Like those refugees. Yet we came through for them. We saved their lives. Odd. It's not talking enough for my Sharabi. I won't keep you long. I gather you've already made plans with some for your evening.
Shadowheart says nothing, but the glimmer of interest in her eyes is unmistakable.
Best not keep me waiting. I'd prefer not to entertain.
Buzz of celebrates to a soothing hum as you approach the monk. Your hand was sought by several, but there is only one night ahead. Whose company will you seek? At least for tonight. Your heart skips a beat. What treasures might I bestow?
so eager. I'm surprised it took you this long. Well, to begin, I think a toast is in order. Suggestions? Dominant, self-centered, savoring another's loss. I like it. To victory. Now tell me something about yourself. And no tadpoles, dragons, marauding goblins, or anything like that. Something about you. I can respect that sort of loyalty. That removed from what was instilled in me. Don't stop now. Not just as things are getting interesting. Don't I'm not quite sure I have anything to share. When you worship Shard, secret is everything. We'll sacrifice our own memories in order to. Lots of little things. They're lost to me right now. Perhaps. But please, enough about me. Sharing's bad for my complexion. There's still plenty of wine. Night is ahead of us. The others will be awake soon. What? I know, but you're sweet to notice. Thank you for last night. It was just what I needed.
She tried. You read an invitation in her eyes.
That didn't hurt, did it? Good to know. For the future. Let's head back. If we must.
I trust you enjoyed your evening. After all your efforts, it was worth it. It may be some time before you're afforded another such night. There is much to be done, and I promised I would help you however I could. I'm certain a trophy you can be found at Moonrise Towers, but it's complicated. The journey specifically, it's extremely perilous, though it seems you're well accustomed to navigating danger.
I suppose it was too much to hope we were going to be killed here and now. To Moonrise, then.
To get to the towers, you'll need to pass through a cursed place. This curse shrouds everything in shadow. You will not find life, light, or anything natural there. Any who linger are tortured by the curse. They become shadow beings, tormented, dangerous souls. By all means, any leads you may have. I sense you could go overland, along the Risen Road or through the mountains. It's easier at first, but you'll run into the Shadow Curse eventually. You could also go under. There is a tunnel somewhere in the ruined Temple of Seluna. It leads to Moonrise Towers through the Underdark. Long ago, a man called Ketheric thought a secret stronghold deep down there, before rallying a whole army of Dark Justiciars, Shah worshippers.
Dark Justiciars. Must see for myself.
Aaron and his lot were looking for a way down there. They were promised riches if they retrieved a relic called the Night Song, but I think there's more. This stronghold, Ketheric's forces could access the Temple of Seluna and Moonrise Towers. But he was defeated before he could launch an attack. If you can find this place, I'll wager it will reveal a more direct path to Moonrise Towers. And maybe even bypass the worst of the Shadow Curse. Already? If only I'd gone with you, Eredin. I would like to join your camp, if you'll allow me. I can offer my skills, my counsel. I've long sought to return to Moonrise Towers. It seems our fates have aligned. I've chosen a successor as first druid, Francesca. A bird's already been dispatched to summon her. I'm glad you approve. I do not truly care, but the Grove needs to move beyond the mistakes of the past. What it needs is an unknown quantity. An outsider who can enforce the Father's teachings without bias. This is why I chose Francesca. She will restore simplicity and purity to the Grove in my absence. Indeed.
You spot a name on the dog's collar. Scratch.
If not over, then
Deep breaths, Gale. Hold it together. My condition likes being ignored as little as I do. I must consume another artifact. And soon. You're so well stocked on suitable relics, but I only need one. Thank you. Hardly has any effect. Listen, I need to speak to all of you. It would be unconscionable of me to remain silent. I might just be about to remedy that. You have to know who I was. What I am is a walking shadow of the promise I once held. What one might call a wizard prodigy. From an early age could not only control the weave, but compose it. Much like a poet. Such was my skill that it earned me the attention of the mother of magic herself. The Lady of Mysteries. The goddess Mystra. She revealed she became my teacher. She became my muse, my lover. Oh, yes. We enjoyed each other's company. Body. You see, no matter how powerful a wizard we mortals can become, we never scratch more than the surface of the weave. Mistra keeps us in check. There are boundaries she doesn't let us cross. Yet, every time I was with her, I stood on the precipice, gazing into the wonders that lay beyond. I sought to cross her boundaries. Quite. I tried to convince her. I pouted. I pleaded. Swore ambition was only to serve her better. She only smiled and told me to be contented. But inconceivable as it seems to me now, I shared a bed with her best, and yet I wasn't satisfied. So I sought to prove myself worthy to her instead. Come now to the crux of my folly. Should I share the story behind it, or would you rather head straight to its sordid finale? Very well. Here goes. Once upon a very long time ago, a mighty lord lived in a tower. A flying tower, to be precise. I'll save his history for another time, but the gist of it is that he sought to usurp the goddess of magic so that he could become a god himself. He almost managed, but not quite. His entire empire, Netherrealm, came crashing down around him as he turned to stone. The magic that was unleashed, phenomenal. Roiling like the prime chaos that outdates creation. Even the weave itself could not withstand the onslaught. It fractured, then shattered, and all magic was lost in realms until the day Mistra returned. She restored the weave, reunited all its scattered shards. Or so I thought. Until, in the course of my studies, I learned a book. A Netherese tome in which a piece of the fractured weave had been sealed beyond her reach. What if, I thought, what if, after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess? The answer was to try. The answer failed. I was certain that this raw power, draped in romance, would convince Mistra to take me by the hand and welcome me into her hitherto forbidden domains. I was mistaken. I obtained the fabled book and took it into my study. As for what happened next, here, hand over my heart. Let me show you.
You feel the tadpole quiver as you realize Gale is letting you into the dark. You see through Gale's eyes, staring down the corridors of dread. A book bound has suddenly opened. Inside there are no pages, only a swirling mass of blackest weave that pounces. Its teeth, its claws, it's unstoppable as it digs through and becomes part of you. And God is ever hungry.
Thankfully, the moment I absorbed the fragments wasn't enough to kill me outright. It was only the beginning. This Netherese, this orb, for lack of a better word, is balled up inside my chest. It needs to be fed. As long as I traces of the weave from potent enough sources, remains quiet. Were it ever to fully stabilize, however. I will erupt. I don't know the exact magnitude of the eruption, but given my studies of Netherese magic, I'd say even a fragment as small as the one I carry would level a city of Waterdeep. You might chance upon a king of magical artifacts around the corner, cross paths with a miracle around the bend. And we might not. All of it. It must feel like a betrayal. Say a word, and well, that is. You truly are a soul that steals my own. I thank you all. I stand at a precipice. If you give up hope, neither shall now. Even I just out of my. Oh, nothing would give me greater pleasure. Which of our esteemed company are you stepping in for? Back in the thick of things at love. With silver tongue. Very well.
Still alive. So that's progress.
I think... I can't say I'm not curious. But once you've taken a lithid by the talon, there's no telling how deep into the abyss it might drag you. More than a bit wary. If the towel must be my curse.
Swift as my feet. Is that blood?
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
I've got a long road ahead.
Excellent choice. On it.
Let's get going. Need to find a way forward.
All I hope. No. I just want hand kissed. I hope so, but if you want to see where this goes, I do as well. When even my people are not, there is scarcely a greater way to become. It's all but sometimes I wonder if she would ever deem me ready. I owe her everything, and I don't know. Perhaps if I succeed in my mission and reach dark justiciars are hated by many, judged to be ruthless fanatics. Even the few who would accept a follower of Lady But there's a simpler answer to your question. I simply forgot about the desire I had until I saw some things that reminded me. Now, I can't get it out of my mind.
It'll take a while for us all to recover. Of course. May you keep balance.
You're the still.
We cannot restore balance to the grove while you continue loitering. Please leave.
That seems powerful. What can it do once it's extracted?
Nothing good can come of it unless it is contained. Why?
It might be useful. Who knows?
Seek and you shall find me.
There's no time to waste.
Still breathing, breathing.
Amicus animalis. Moo.
Don't waste a step.
Tastes like chicken. No chicken. Tastes like fish. Gentlemen, contain yourselves. This quarrel sours our feast. Besides, tastes like pork. And what surprise is this? Look here. I have eyed yet another prize. Fortune favors our bellies. Stranger, be you friend or food. The mark is her measure. Show us the brand of the absolute. Indeed. Regrettable that your meat must go unsavored. Food? Food. Not food. Friend. Use for the absolute, or any god. I follow two masters only. Gluttony and greed. The gluttons understand my appetites. They sate my hunger for gold. And the rest sate my hunger for meat. Boss Goblin get gold. We check brand. Good deal. No talk. Am I not astonished? A robust diet makes for a shrewd mind, you see. I am a gourmand, and you, a delicacy. Were I so lucky? I am, by all accounts, a student of higher commerce. Make me an offer. Tempt me. I twice played serenade to my ears, my tasty kibble. We have a bargain. Take my bone horn. One blow, and the ground will quake with my family name. Use it when the need arises, and never a moment before. Ogre kill everyone around, then Ogre eats them. Well spoken, indeed. Ogre kill everyone around. We will keep close when you're...
That might be worth a look. Someone's diary. I think something happened here.
You sniffing where you ain't ought to be, friend? Might have to take that nose.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Oh, yeah.
A shadow swims across your vision.
Don't let me keep you, boss. Lads are gathered.
Be careful. There are traps about.
One with the weave. Immediate.
Well, so much for peace. This way.
Leave no trace.
What should I do?
Roll in my favor.
Let me recite demise.
My faith will protect me.
Won't stop me yet.
We're a long way from Waterdeep.
Never a dull moment. Should mind my step.
Someone's cut a notch in the tree.
Something over there.
Oakfather's blessings to you. I studied one up. A drow, hideous but fascinating. Like nothing else in nature, I'm glad to say. You wish to speak?
By your efforts,
King Sylvanas.
Let's move.
Time to press ahead.
Lost in thought.
No time to rest. How much farther can I go? Smoke. Something's burning.
He of the unsleeping eyes, grant me the might to carry this burden. Grant me the faith to face darkness without fear. Steel our blades and temper our hearts for the battle and massacre. Drow and goblin, please just leave me be. He should never have been in the first place. I'm the one that talked him into in the face.
shouting? Someone needs help.
Can't you see the inn is burning? Help! Or...
Let me work my magic. On my honor. It shall be done.
Not everyone subscribes.
To think. Who'd keep a secret like that from his friends? You can't trust anyone these days. Why do you insist on exhuming the... I was a slave. Perhaps I still am. But now, I've been conveniently lost. It's, in theory, the next step is to drink their blood. Once you've done that, trust me, it doesn't happen. We can't. And yet I cross the threshold like this worm is a powerful little beast, isn't it? What's not to enjoy? Granted, the looming doom is an issue, but why not enjoy the benefits while we can? But maybe aren't.
Grand Duke Raven Guard could be inside. Don't just stand there. Push! Inside, hurry!
Wonder if the gods...
Hello! Can you hear me? We hear you! Stay where you are! We don't have much time! Find out! I'm trapped!
The heat coming off that door. Opening it could spell trouble.
Not now!
Can anyone hear me? Ignite! Ignite!
Come! I'm afraid...
Fire! Hurry! Get this thing off me!
Thank you.
The smoke!
Watch your back.
Let's be quick. Which way to the nearest library?
What's next, I wonder?
What now?
Can't afford to stay idle.
Elminster's not around, so it might as well. Wait.
Your boldness is a blessing.
Counselor.
Now listen close, Fist. Duty calls. Drow have taken Grand Duke Alder Ravengard westward. If my gauntlet
on your
the rest of you and you. Please, may I trust you'll see it through? Thank you. Approach. I will seek green.
Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it done.
Slaughtered everyone. Miri!
When we would be reckless.
Where are you?
Teach us certainty.
Miri! Miri! You don't... Miri! Where is she?
Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it done.
Drowcraft armor. No magic left, though. Sun's too bright.
Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so
Quite
is
ready for you.
Great God, Helm.
With haste.
Teach us care when we would be reckless.
She's alive.
Their worst nightmare.
Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is
What to do? One day I'll catch a break.
What's that?
Teach us care when we would be reckless.
Gods, where is she?
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I'm way too big. I'm way too big.
Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it done. Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it done. Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it done. Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it done. Great God, Helm.
Have you found my Miri? Have you seen her? Thank you. Have you found my Miri? Oh, Miri. No.
Miri, you should have stayed. You should... She follows... followed... gone. Thank you. The gods, if I just kept my mouth shut about that bloody dowry, she'd still be here. It's for her sister's wedding. I made a stupid joke about... We argued about it. She said I'd never see her again. She was right. How you should have let...
It is spoken, and so is it done.
Yes?
So it is spoken. So is it done. Great God, helm.
I have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it. Have to keep going.
Monsters everywhere. Kill. No. I was ready to run you through. My mistake, friend. Yes. It was screaming. I made him stop screaming. Him? He was the biggest. Now I'm the biggest. An attack. They took the shiny one. He killed many.
Someone's moving around in there.
You spot a man crouching between the shelves.
Bugger!
Weave, save me. I cannot take much more. There's a breeze down here. Wonder where it's coming from.
sitting around. Let's go hurt someone.
Salutations.
Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond.
Someone there?
Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so
Subtle
it is done.
steps.
Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is... Allow
Very
us
well.
peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless.
The dragon. Gods preserve me.
It would be too much to hope that's nothing to do with us, wouldn't it?
You go a lifetime without seeing one, and then they won't stop pestering you.
I suggest we admire it from afar.
Drop your weapons!
I'll feed your innards to the ants before I do that, Istik.
This is your last chance!
No, look up. That was your last chance, Istik. Now burn!
Stop wasting time, Beretha. You're not here to play with the locals.
Of course, Kithrak. We merely sought to...
No excuses. Question, kill, then move on. Find the weapon. Our queen watches us. Fail her at your peril.
Can we kill them? Please. Pretty please.
Kithrak!